Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Or good evening for those of you who are in other parts of the world. Jason, hello. How are you? Welcome, welcome.
Yo, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. And we're
Great.
good on my end?
Yeah, you sound good. All nice and clear. Good morning. Good LA morning.
Good morning. Yes, Michael and Craig will be here in a little bit. I know I have a couple of questions, and then I wanted to bring up people from the audience to ask you some questions. Uh, your work is fantastic. I just want to throw that out there.
Oh, that's very kind. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I thank you. I'm pretty much studying the same area that you have been working on. So it's just been so exciting to kind of follow along. And then you drop your episodes and it's like I want to everyone to, we can all watch it individually, but it's so fantastic
Mm,
to get into a space, do a replay and really break down the bits of information, that you are putting together. You know what I
yeah.
mean? It's just been a fantastic ride.
Oh, cool. Well, yeah, I've noticed the stuff that you're doing and the multiple like Tom DeLonge group sessions that you'll do, and I'm like, oh man, this is great, because for me it's an endless gold mine. So I'm very glad to join you today as a co searcher. Yeah, seeker, I think is the right word, isn't it? Seeker sounds more spiritual.
Yes, well, since I want to throw you a question. I'm so curious because you've covered, Tom DeLonge, TTSA, Ron Pandolfi, Peter Thiel, the Collins Elite. Your basis is a lot of different, authors, but mainly ballet. And so I'm very curious what it is that inspires you to focus on this period of time. I would say like within the last 30 years, before obviously your newest episode on the Maynard Consortium.
Mm. Yeah, I was talking with someone yesterday about all of this stuff, and they were saying, what do you think has credibility? Who do you trust? Who do you not trust? And I don't really know that I trust that many people. I do have an answer to that. Like, there's a short list of people that I would be like, yeah, I'd put more chips on these people and less chips on these, but the chips keep moving around. Um, so I feel like it's really hard to really understand the phenomenon itself. The phenomenon seems deceptive, but you can actually, yeah, like I can't go inside of a UFO. I can't make a UFO appear. I can't talk to an alien, but I can like look at WikiLeaks, and that's just it's really cool. Like the first time I ever looked at WikiLeaks, I was like, oh my god, there's the emails. It's real, and then I can dig up the history of the election and see that WikiLeaks was a real thing, and I can ask, is there any chance the WikiLeaks emails might have been tampered with? Like, what would the motivations be? And in general, it seems like, well, no, it's like relatively low chance that all of this would be tampered with, or if someone had tampered, you can actually do something with like these historical anomalies, and the more you dig into them, the more you realize this the real we just never get the real story. We consistently get whenever a scandal breaks. Um, Often we don't even understand what the scandal is to start with. Like to this day, most people can't even really tell you what Iran Contra was about. But we know there was a scandal, and then we have like a managed version of it. But what's amazing is after these events happen, you can go in, you can actually sort of piece together some really fascinating stuff, and then you begin to see how all of these things connect. It's just a total joy. I love it. I love being able to grapple with those real things. Whereas speculating about the phenomenon, I totally enjoy it, but it seems kind of disheartening to constantly be pulled in different directions by different whistleblowers. And by the way, I do, I think there are real legitimate whistleblowers. I think, we need to try and respect those people who are out there and see where things go. It's just that's really just relying on one person. And although I do believe some of them, it's probably not as solid as going back into our history. So yeah.
No, I completely agree with you. Uh, like the phenomenon is so layered, so uh, I would say just on a spectrum of from here to there, angels and demons, future humans, terrestrial, extraterrestrial, under the ocean. I mean, it's nothing for me in my research that I can tangibly hold on to. Whereas historically, I am drawn to that as well. I'm historically drawn to pieces of information that I can find, like you said, the WikiLeaks. Pull from that and then create a timeline of information, which I've been working on to understand the disclosure process, which is the reason what brought me to Tom DeLonge, which is the first time I really ever got into him was my spaces, because I really didn't know much about him. So,
Mhm.
I was drawn to that. And then, so I guess my next question for you is, Tom DeLonge was advised, you say three groups, which I found fascinating. But he had three groups of advisors, one of which I believe you said was Peter Lavenda, AJ Hartley. I would probably add George Knapp to that. His second group were, of course, the Air Force guys, McCaslin, Carey, Hayden, and a few others, Robert Weiss. And then obviously the TTSA group after the outing of the WikiLeaks. So, my question to you is, what about this advised the others narrative? What are your thoughts on this narrative that he put forward in his Chasing Shadows books? Are you, like I look at things like 2080, 20% true, 80% disinformation. Where do you lie on his narrative?
Yeah. On the different advisors thing, by the way, just so important. And yeah, it's, I guess you could call them three sets of advisors. I guess you could also call it three phases that he went through, like because the final advisors in 2017, at that point when he's got Semivan, Elizondo, all of this, he still has his old advisors, so it's not so clean cut. But the big thing that I think is really worth reckoning with is that DeLong came to AJ Hartley in late 2014. This is it's about 8 months before he meets McCaslin, maybe 9 months. And Robert Weiss and all of those people that we normally associate as being the people who told him the secrets. He comes to AJ Hartley, like, let's just call it a year before then, with a plan to write a novel about a secret space program, which means that he had these ideas about a secret space program before the people came along and gave him, quote unquote, the secrets. And I think this is really important because in that novel, you have, and this gets to your question, you have details that if you treat it like you've got to go into that novel and you've got to imagine that DeLong was leaving clues for researchers. And if you do that and you really, really try and tease them out, you find stuff. And in part two of the series, I'm going to share more of it. And to be honest, I'm kind of blown away. And I've come to the conclusion that DeLong was already dangerous. People like to imagine he's naive, and he is a bit naive. And if you've seen that new thing that he released about like the crack bear thing, like some sort of drug bear show, it's like it's not funny. It's really stupid. Like Tom can be like an infant in the way that he does things, but you've got to give him credit that yeah, again, people are just gonna have to take my word for it until you see all three parts of the series. But um, he encoded in that novel things that the UFO community simply isn't talking about, and they're very very specific and tangible things that uh, have completely blown my mind. So it is fiction, but as it says on the cover, it's based on real events, and there are real events. And it may well be, by the way, once I've teased out as much as I can from that novel and I put it all into a series, and I make the case for how this might relate to UFOs, that it may not be correct. Tom could have been wrong, but there's still a huge historical reality there, regardless, beyond just the UFO issue of relationships and organizations that simply don't get spoken about. So he's very legit, Tom, and I think this is again speculation. I think when he met Robert Weiss, McCaslin, etc., he was going in knowing there was about to be a push for disclosure, so he positioned himself as being, hey, how can I help you guys communicate? He knew exactly how to pitch himself, given what was happening in the background. He was, in the right circles with George Knapp and all those people to know about this confirmation plan. But I think, and this is my speculation, I think those people may also have become aware of what he was writing in the novels and the things that he was thinking of talking about, and would have been, very keen to have redirected his attention elsewhere, because the things that he describes in the novels ultimately describes a global criminal network uh, that has been sanctioned by the highest levels of government since World War II and even before. And, if the government wants to trickle out information and slowly get people on side, the last thing they want is one of the world's biggest musicians exposing that this whole disclosure thing is connected to a huge criminal network. So, I think there might also have been an attempt to just ease him away from that and move him towards more generic stuff about Atlantis, Greek gods, and things that I think are genuinely helpful but aren't so specific.
No, absolutely. What's fascinating is before TTSA, he was very much talking about all of the historical, with George Knapp and in all of his interviews, he's talking about his advisors, what he's been told, and then once TTSA starts, you can see that the interviews, even under TTSA, have become around with Lou and Jim Semivan. It's pulling away from that narrative. He's
Mm,
now talking about the nuts and bolts. He's now talking about kind of what Joe Firmage's his organization 20 years or 15 years 10 years prior to this,
mm,
um and he's not talking about the narrative anymore, and it's
mm,
almost as if he's like they flipped his focus to, instead of talking about cargo cults and the Nazis and Roswell, it's now about, well, this is what we're going to do with TTSA. We're going to, you know what I mean? Like, you know
yeah,
what I mean? Like, it's a fascinating change, I guess I would put it.
yeah,
Be almost
yeah.
as if they're trying to hide some, you know what I mean? They're trying to get, like, as you're saying, him away from talking about the narrative. Um, so this brings me to, so the Maynard Consortium, which is, from your perspective, the World Commerce Corporation. Um, how do you see the World Commerce Corporation and the Legacy Program? How do you see those two fitting in? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'm still figuring that out. So, I don't want to pretend that I have mapped that out completely. I think that the best way to think about the World Commerce Corporation is as the infrastructure for kind of global criminal operations, or, maybe we don't have to use criminal, certainly some of it is, but you could even just call it unsanctioned operations, right? How do, if you have a group of people who they're kind of in the government, but they're kind of above it, and the government can't really stop them, right? These sort of financial titans and, establishment figures. How do they make sure that they can keep doing what they want? The government sometimes wants it, the CIA wants it, but it's, there's sort of a mix of things without having to go and get approval, without having to go through the government. So the World Commerce Corporation represents a kind of a global trafficking network and a mechanism through which a lot of different things happen. I know you've been looking into Gladio a lot recently, Sarah, and this is very, very tied into the World Commerce Corporation. And folks may have heard people talk about a breakaway civilization before. When I hear breakaway civilization, immediately I think of like, oh, like a secret advanced hybrid race that broke away and they're deep in space. But I think actually the most useful way to think about breakaway civilization is piece by piece, how do you go from being part of the world to having your own source of finance, having the ability to spend it without anyone realizing where the money's going or what's happening, having your own private military and intelligence capacities, um, and you could go on and on. It's a case of how do you start to build those things up to the point where you can function independently without any oversight, and secrecy begets secrecy, sap begets sap. And the World Commerce Corporation seems to me, along with Operation Gladio, they work in tandem to create an environment where private industry can spend money it can orchestrate operations globally without government oversight. And the WCC ultimately folds and other things emerge. And I don't know exactly what the organizations are today that are doing the same thing that was. But this is interesting because it raises a question. This is a question I have. I was just on a train today, 3 trains actually, coming back from the north of England. So, and I did, there wasn't a seat and it was really hot. So I couldn't sit down and work and write. So I decided to listen to, UAP Gerb's amazing piece on Sandia Labs, which is just really important for my research right now. So I was listening to Gerb, and I'm thinking, okay, so there's all of this secrecy infrastructure in America to hide the legacy program. Who are they hiding it from, right? And I wonder whether there may have been a really complicated relationship between the sanctioned legacy program, the one in the US that's being hidden away in basements, and maybe a private attempt to do certain things. And there may have been a rivalry between those two. They may have worked together at points. There may have been attempts to spy on each other. So I'm not 100% sure. I like if someone came to me and showed me pieces of the jigsaw that showed that the WCC was just working with the legacy programs for one thing, I'd be like, great, I can see the pieces. But right now, the way the Secret Machines novel frames it is that there's a rivalry. In the novel, you've got the Arrowhead, which is the craft that Maynard seems to have created, although it's never very clearly articulated. But this really advanced breakthrough tech. And then the United States has this Black Triangle TR3B type thing, and they're in a race. They're fighting. It's a very interesting concept. The thing is, the people who run the Maynard Consortium, they exist in this weird, murky middle ground. It's the same with the World Commerce Corporation. Some of these people are remembered as heroes based on our official history, but they also seem to have been supporting all sorts of very strange, dubious things and working with very dubious intelligence agencies and funneling aerospace tech to very strange countries. So I can see a lot of those different pieces. Whether or not I can conclude that the Arrowhead was created in Saudi Arabia at some point, I don't know yet. But there's a lot of the things that Tom spells out in the novels, you can find real world counterparts. So I don't know whether it's the legacy program or it's in a rivalry. Still figuring it out, but it's a really good question to ask.
Yeah, no, I'm fascinated. I am trying to wrap my head around this present course of disclosure and also how much the history that you cover that Michael Armentor and Craig Oliver also have been covering with the 1933 Magenta Italy crash. Because I think that to understand the present, we need to study the past. That has been a huge part of my lifetime of research. So when I look at this, it's like, how what happened then that correlates with exactly what is being presented to us, or the narrative that they're trying to give us, or what are the lies that they're covering today, and how can we track that back. And so really quick, I have one final question for you, and then I want to throw it over to Michael Armentor, who is up on stage with us. I know Craig is in the audience. Craig, please jump up when you get a moment. And then I want to open it up to anyone in the audience that has a question for Jason. Just a request, I'll bring you up, and then put your hand up so that we just we'll go through the hands. But please do jump up and let's get our questions in while we have Jason. I'm so grateful for you being here. One of the key people in the Maynard Consortium slash World Commerce Corporation are the Rockefellers, and I find it fascinating that in the '90s, well, I find it fascinating that Robert Bigelow and George Knapp just recently started a podcast. And interestingly enough, in the background, there's only one picture, and this picture is, I believe it's from the early '90s, and it's them. They're on a getaway with Rockefeller, and a couple of people names of Linda Moulton Howe, of the UFO world. and that there was a drive in the 90s by Rockefeller to push for disclosure. What are your thoughts on that? Have you thought about this yet? I just don't know if I'm asking something outside of your wheelhouse yet.
Yeah, no, let me just say this is such a good question, and I don't have an answer for it. I have been so, I made a huge deep dive where I kind of looked at that whole Lawrence Rockefeller push and the impact it had on the Clinton administration. And I tried to research that exhaustively and to show the insane activism that came from that. Um, and now, at that point, I viewed the kind of Rockefeller control conspiracy with a little bit of disdain because I assumed it was a bit overblown. And now I've come full circle, right? I'm back in the oh my gosh, the Rockefellers and their friends really did have, a huge grip on all of this, but it's now I can see it in a more tangible way. So I am puzzled. I am puzzled by this. It's very clear to me that the Rockefellers seem to kind of fade from view, at least in terms of being very clearly connected to this by the time you get to the 80s, in my opinion. I don't know if that's just because of the generations moving on, but Kissinger becomes very important. Then I also think that there's a huge shift that happens, and this is something that I'm teasing out at the moment, but there is a decline in a certain type of old power which has persisted up into the 70s and 80s. That comes in time with certain people just dying, whether it's the post-war Nazis who were, I think, very clearly involved in a lot of things, or whether that's David and Nelson Rockefeller passing on, John McCloy, Dulles, etc. There is a true a change of the guard that happens just in terms of people dying, and that's inevitable. But there's another component. There's two more components to this. Number one, there's the fall of the Berlin Wall, which completely changes the nature of geopolitics. Yeah, I like to think about this in terms of when I used to live in London. I lived in a flat with four friends, and one thing I really realized living in a flat is there's always one person out of the four of you who everyone kind of gets really annoyed by, and if that one person moves out, it's someone else. We all, as human beings, we have this sort of tendency towards tribalism where there's always someone who is annoying, and it doesn't it's not inherently them, it's some sort of tribal thing in us. For a long time, everybody was annoyed by communism, right? And by the Soviet Union. This united a whole bunch of things which frankly should never have worked together. The fall of the Berlin Wall, the death of Nelson Rockefeller, and the change of the guard, and finally the ascension of Israel dramatically shifts the weight of what's going on. Israel gradually earns its seat at the table. It may shock people to realize that the historical record has plenty of instances of West Germany and Israel working quite happily together, including with Nazis. That I don't want to claim that's everyone in Israel, right? But there was a specific kind of ruthless Mossad culture which aligned quite nicely with the ruthlessness of some of the other Western intelligence agencies. And so you find all of these groups working together, and like I said, all those old guard die. Israel ascends. There's the Promise software scandal where they literally deploy this software into all of these highly sensitive places. And I think there's just a shift in the balance of power. So by the time that Lawrence Rockefeller is doing this is where I'm at with it. By the time that Lawrence Rockefeller is doing his push, maybe there's a realization that the old establishment is changing, the world is changing. I'm not sure that his family would have wanted him to do it, but maybe there was a sense that we need to start talking about this because the project is maybe not failing, but the stakes are changing. That would be kind of where my intuition is going based on all the big pieces.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, immediately I thought of Operation Gladio, end of World War II. You know, it was the focus went from taking care of the Nazis to Russia's the big bad, but Russia just helped the entire world basically win World War II. How can we immediately turn to them and think that they are the big bad? And then the whole uprising in Italy and the mafia. I mean, it's just you're right. And then yes, I used to live in a bicycle house with like nine people, and you're absolutely right. There is always one person that everyone is. It's definitely a like a hived mind. way of thinking. There's always one person that is equaled out, and then that person moves out, two new people moved in, and one person again becomes the fall guy. So yeah, it's fascinating, um how the human mind works. It's something that reminds me of George Carlin, where he says, I don't hate people. I love meeting people. I love individually going up, having a cup of coffee, having a conversation. I hate people in big groups. As soon as they start grouping, I'm out. It's like, which is just, it's 100%. It's 100% life. So yeah, that's fascinating. So really quick, I just want to say hello to Michael and Craig and Pix. Saw you jump up. We'll throw it to Michael. Michael, welcome. I'm so glad that you're here. Any questions you want to throw your way at Jason?
Hey, so happy to be here. And Jason, yeah, I kind of have a interesting, maybe kind of deep question for you. I've always seen a lot of these, like cultural dynamics around NHI as being potentially related to the idea of human hybridization, like especially when it comes to like othering and racism and all these different things. Do you think that human hybridization or the idea of human hybridization has had a large impact on the conflicts of World War II and the conflicts afterwards?
Yeah, hey man, it's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would be speculating as much as everyone else, but I think the question itself comes from an informed place, right? We're trying to understand racism. We see a huge racial divide in the world, and we see a phenomenon which often plays along those lines. And so I think we should be trying to understand those things in an integrated fashion. um, let's just hypothesize and speculate for a moment that non-human intelligence is here. There are potentially different forms, and we are all hybrids, sort of a mix between the natural life that was here on Earth with a bunch of other non-human intelligences kind of mixing in. Then it might well be that non-human intelligences perceive there to be kind of like a family conflict on this planet, right? It's like some of us are part of this family, some of us are part of that family. It might well be that um, different genetic strands have different capabilities, and some non-human intelligence might not want those abilities. That's something that comes up in the non-fiction Secret Machines books. Is this idea that genocide may actually be connected to the desires of certain non-human entities, which is a very terrifying thought. So I think there's a huge amount of like different reasons to think about genetics, hybridization, and I think what's really great about your question is it's not simply looking at those things in an isolated fashion, but it's trying to understand them in the context of geopolitics. And I think that that's so important for all of us, is that we don't allow UFOs to become an isolated topic. This is definitely real, and somehow it must integrate with the world and with our history, and certain war and everything. So yeah, I think it's really worth thinking about, and it's if you find the answer, tell me as well, because I'm curious.
Great response, and yeah, I definitely align with your thinking on that. And I've often just kind of hypothesized myself that it seems like we've got this layer on top of human history that I like to call like exopolitics, where you have not only the geopolitical machinations between humans, but then you also have different species having their own exopolitical machinations with different pockets of humanity. And thinking about how that might have inspired different traditions or ideologies or just kind of belief paths in general has always been like a very fascinating thought to me. And yeah, it's definitely super important for me to kind of think about this in an integrated way where it's like it's not separate from all of human history, but like a natural human part of it. And then maybe even like a non-human part of it if non-human dynamics are a part of just like our culture, which it seems like that to be the case going back thousands of years, in my opinion.
Yeah, man, 100%. I also think we should use the word exopolitics as much as possible to get people to think about that. It's a great term. I first came across it because it was the name of a song on a Muse album when I was like 15. There's track 7 on Black Holes and Revelations. I remember being like, what is this? So I Googled it, and it's a really useful term. So we should definitely use it more.
Thanks, Michael. Craig, welcome, welcome. Did you want to throw a question out? I don't know if he's with us yet. Maybe you're still okay. No worries. We'll go to Pix. Pix, welcome, welcome. How are you this morning
I'm
or
doing,
afternoon, wherever you may be?
I'm doing great. Thank you. And Jason, thank you so much for being here. When Sarah told me you were coming on, I was like, oh, hell yes. So I'll try to be quick since there's other hands up. I really appreciate you looking deep into the developmental history of this nonsense. And as Sarah said, we have to understand the past if we're going to understand where we are now. And I really like this whole notion that you're working on relative to the Maynard group. Just a thought experiment that, if you want to comment, that's great. It's something I've been thinking about myself in a different way. If you go back and you look at what happened in the mid 1800s, you had the end of the dynastic monarchical, let's just say, vice grip on the Western world. You had the Romanovs, the Habsburgs that fell. Then you had the revolutions of 1848. And so my point is, what I'm getting at is the writ, those that are connected that really are probably very much tied into this secret hidden hand that's coordinating things that we don't see. But I think that they were starting to, coalesce in a private way after the mid 1800s, as I described. They saw democracy as a threat, and so I think they were probably figuring out ways that they could stand up their own independent operational capability outside of the reach of the democratic, let's just say, anti-control, their control and the public's control. And I think that that may constitute where this whole process got started. And I think it would lead in very much to them developing financial relationships. If anything, people that have money want to protect their money more than anything else, power and money. So this would allow them to do that outside of the ambit of the democratic systems that were trying to be, put together and stood up. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think you're just exactly right that we should be looking like I think I made the mistake. It wasn't that I believed firmly that the cover up started in 1947. I knew there was a lot more going on before then, but it's just interesting, isn't it, to realize like in that last video I quoted FDR in 1933 writing to a friend saying, the truth is you and I both know that financial interests have owned the government since the days of Andrew Jackson, which is 100 years earlier. And, if the sitting president is saying that, then we shouldn't assume that, anything's changed. Like, yeah, that these same powers continue. There hasn't been some kind of revolution to dismantle any of that. If anything, it's got worse. And so the question is, how far back does it go? Um, for those of you who are in America, you're very fortunate to have had a great start as a country, right? Over here in Europe, I live in England, we literally have a House of Lords, we have a king. It's all really grotesque and messed up because these are remnants of a system, of an undemocratic, like corrupt system that has never truly had to face the music. It's just facing slow amounts of reform. But in America, you actually had a fresh start. The challenge is that I think you're exactly right that in the middle of the 1800s, there was a realization, in fact, early 1800s, post Napoleon, right? The monarchies of Europe, the Vatican, the Knights of Malta, they all realized they'd almost been completely demolished. And so they got together, the Congress of Vienna, and essentially it's very, very similar to what happened with the mafia families, and the mafia families were like, well, why are we fighting all the time? We're stronger if we band together. And it's the same thing in Europe. You had this realization that, yeah, we all hate each other. We could fight forever, but revolutions are coming. This philosophy has been emerging. People are realizing that this is a system that benefits us and not them. And so that milieu of monarchy, of top-down religion, of power and control, and then you have the industrialists which emerge in the 1800s into the 1900s, and they have the same belief system and culture. And so by the time you get to the aftermath of World War II, you notice that the revolutionary United States is now partnering with the Vatican. Two institutions which should never philosophically have even been able to have had a dialogue are partnering together. Because because 1945 is not the beginning of the secrecy; it's the culmination of this huge attempt to basically seize all of these institutions. And it sounds so conspiratorial, like there's it's not complete and total, but I think you're right that this does go back. And the thing I was quite proud of with the last video was, rather than just saying the World Commerce Corporation is the Maynard Consortium, here's why I think that, was an attempt to show some of that history, with this fraternity group and where it was coming from and the power it had attained. And then that pivots where, after World War II, they get this new level of control, because it's not simply what they had before. They have all the financial power, the businesses they had before. They're bigger than ever because they made money from the war. They also now have seized intelligence, and they also have the post-war Nazi states basically, integrated into this weird entity. So,
Right.
yeah, it's
I
not new.
agree. I agree with all that. It was a forcing function. One other quick question, because again, the hands are up. Have you looked into Project Dinosaur or the Manned Orbital Laboratory? Dinosaur, I believe that we've been traveling in deep space since probably sometime in the 70s. Dinosaur
Mm.
was a plan that was started in the early 50s. It was canceled, I think, in 63. The Manned Orbital Laboratory was canceled in 69. Both of those projects went all through development. And then right when they were going into production, they went dark. They got canceled. And I think they went private. And my point is about Dinosaur, it's essentially the same form plan that the shuttle is. And if they had figured out a different propulsion system, which I tend to believe that they did, again, T. Townsend Brown went dark. So I just was curious. I see that Michael and Craig are here, obviously. It seems to me like that's a really important technical aspect to what we're talking about here. And one last point on this, in Reagan's diary from 1985, he said that he's being told that our shuttle capacity has the ability to put 300 people into space, and that was in 85, and that's a public diary. So I was just curious if you felt like, if you haven't looked into those two programs, I can send you some stuff. But if you know anything about those, I'm just curious if you had any comment. And thank you very much. Awesome to see you. Come back often. We love your work. You're doing some amazing shit.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. Well, just no, I'm aware of the Reagan thing. I'm aware of the Manned Orbital Laboratory, but not the dinosaur stuff. So curious about that. When I was with Jesse and we did the interview with him, we talked a bit about the secret space stuff, and I think we both like voraciously agreed that, you know, they did the Artemis mission recently, and the idea that the best space technology is what is being televised is just laughable, right? We're like, World War III is happening next year according to all of the scheduled dates, because we're now scheduling world wars apparently. And the idea that America is literally going to televise their best space technology and then publicize their best cameras that are on Mars is just ridiculous. So the idea of a secret space program is the most common sense thing that you can possibly imagine. The Manned Orbital Laboratory is a great example of like where you actually see it happening. And somewhere between the 20 and backstory and the actual space program is something probably quite serious. And I genuinely would not be surprised if we've already been to Mars, and if we've been to other places. I don't have evidence of that, apart from anecdotal stories, of course. But I just think that we need to be sensible about realizing the value of secrecy. So yeah, I think great questions, and curious about Dinosaur.
Yeah, if that program was real, we probably have bases on the moon. And DeLong said we'd had, now, if you bring it up to date, we've had bases on the moon for 40 years. And that would be easily accomplished if you use these, horizontally takeoff and landing vehicles.
Thanks, Pix. That just reminded me of something that Sean Stone said. He's the son of Oliver Stone, recently on Danny Jones' podcast, where he believes we went to the moon but we didn't go to the moon with the technology that they showed us. We went to the moon with much more advanced technology, which I thought was a very fascinating statement. Nathaniel, welcome. I'm glad that you're up here. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. It seems like we are in the question portion. I wasn't sure. I was waiting back to see if there was a thrust of the conversation that was going on, but I was excited to see Jason up here. I've watched your work, one on the Valet and then this one on the Maynard Consortium, and I thought that it was very good. The central thing that I'd like to ask about it, so cut me off if you start to know what I'm talking about, but this conversation with, I think, revolves around transnational elite and secret wealth. And I wonder if you were familiar with Brown Brothers Harriman, the creation of the CIA from a memo with Robert Lovett, and the reordering of the national security infrastructure in the 40s and 50s, coinciding with the reordering of the wealth of the world from Yamashita's gold and the Luftwaffe secret technology operations and paperclip, and developing electrogravitics into a maturity by like 50. So given the thesis that 47 is when things were already developed, they didn't start there. There's a richer history. Electrogravitics was 27 years before, Roswell and, after all this paperclip. So what do you think they were doing with all that technology and Hunt for Zero Point, counter-rotating to Glock, et cetera? I wonder if that might, rather than, I don't want to sit up here in a monologue, but is this familiar to you? Maybe we could have just a quick back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of the Brown Brothers Harriman stuff. It's interesting doing the last video. I was aware of all the general stories, and I have been for a while, right? If you listen to Farrell, Lavender, Dennis Sheehan, I'll also just listen to these things in the background. Eventually, certain things just get embedded in your head. But in terms of me feeling like I've got a good grip around things, I certainly, like, in preparation for this video, I got my head around the Dulleses, the Rockefellers, Ford, like all the people I spoke about. I got to a point where I felt like, okay, I see this, I feel this, I can put it all together. Whereas with the Bushes, Brown Brothers Harriman, DuPonts, the Morgans, those were ones where I was like, you know what, this is already good enough, and I'll come back to those at a later date. I'm aware of Union Bank and Yale University and the Bush dynasty, and
Smedley Butler, perhaps. Anyway, Smedley Butler to the side. Then let me put this just a button to this. There's a thesis that goes here that goes back to Tesla, Wardenclyffe, and Morgan and these moneyed financial interests, right? This is 50 years after the Gilded Age, right? These are Brown Brothers Harriman are the robber barons, right? Are. And so that collective interest and what it shapes is you can follow that as a kind of, what do you call it, a game theory, or just based on those things, their stated assumptions, their goals, their interests, what they do, United Fruit Company, et cetera. But the thesis here is that energy control and technology control is the through line, that aliens are the PSYOP cover for advanced stuff they don't want you to know about, and the energy economy and the petrodollar are deeply connected, going back to Tesla and Morgan, which connects to the Rothschild, which connects to the banks and the infrastructure, et cetera, right? Then you have in the 90s, or 1989 rather, Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons crack an energy solution, cold fusion, quote, quote, publicly. The man who claims responsibility for killing that is Jeffrey Epstein in his emails. Now, he also claimed that he represented the Rothschilds. So there, in two instances, you have a capital connection to finances that would squash energy in the Morgan and the destruction of Wardenclyffe and the alternative current being taken on board but not used, rather coal and oil, and the burgeoning petrodollar, and who made that petrodollar as the standard, and who is writing in the fusion and the energy and the propulsion within the aerospace companies. Now, all those primes, interestingly, there's 53 of them before 93. In 1993, those collapsed to 5. right? And so you have this rich consolidation of all these interests at the modern era, at the same time that you also have like the Oslo Accords and stuff like that. And this is preceding Iraq and then the wars that were on paper plans. So, which are again all connected to interests of resource control. And I would just put like the big deal about all this is that this energy concern, which everybody understands why energy would be important, is available to us at present with modern inventors breaking this stuff out. Robert Grenier and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project are putting out enough information that people can start replicating and ground up getting off of this control scheme that they have us on. Anyway, there's a whole political, aspect to like, so what? What can we do with this? But it's important to frame it in a capture of technology and a control of a transnational elite.
Hey, Sarah, do you mind if I chime in here about Brown Brothers Hairy Men?
Hold on one second. I'd love to hear Jason's
Sure.
reply back, and then we'll circle back to you. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I was just gonna agree with that whole outline. Yeah, I mean, I think and I think everyone's intuition is relatively solid. Like, you see the suppression of Tesla by the same financial elites that seized the UFO or whatever the technology was. Maybe the disk stuff was a bit of a ruse. I don't know, but there is a very clear motivation to steal this progression, to take it for themselves, to maintain their economic dominance. 100% agree. And yeah, cool.
And real quick, Jason, how are you on time? We do have two more hands, and then I'd love to hear what Craig has to say about the breath.
Yeah, cool. I can go up to the hour, I think. Yeah.
Okay, fascinating. Let's if you're okay, Craig, we'll come back. You guys, Jason, we'll do two more questions, and then Nathaniel, you are correct. We are going to be talking about the Maynard Consortium with Craig and Michael. So please stick around for that portion of the space. But yes, introspect, and then Akasha. Go ahead, introspect.
Afternoon, Sarah. Thank you. Jason, I've never heard of you or met you before. Listening to you speak brought to mind an attribute that I was looking for when people coming to terms with things they've learned in the past. And you made a mention, about something that you saw one way and you changed your mind about it and realized that instead of it being conspiratorial, it had weight. And there's a developmental maturity there that is very appreciated, and I think that a lot of us will probably have to come to terms with things we've written off in the past as being impossible. So at least that I'm appreciative of that. And when you caught my attention about the hive mind effect, and I know that's a very significant portion of this communicative ability of of this enemy-like adversary that took over. And Kirill Dmitriev is a representative from Russia, and he makes suggestions about this. And he put a research paper. I put it in the box above, and it refers to a modeling Earth-scale human-like societies with 1 billion agents. And Salvatore Pais, in an interview with Ashton Forbes, went on to mention the same thing. Coincidentally, at the same time, I think even on the same day the paper came out. Was about this hive mind like influence, and the more you're recognizing the separate players and the people over broad scopes of time, it's understanding how they work and affect each other and carry out things. It's a super intelligence like format. So just hearing you conclude towards that direction, it's very valid. So I appreciate that. I don't really have a question. How can I question what I already agree with? So, but I do appreciate the maturity in realizing that we could have looked at something the wrong way in the past. So, much appreciated, Jason. Thank you.
Thanks, man. That's very kind, and yeah, appreciate it.
Akasha, it's good to have you up on the stage. Please go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting. Good morning. I want to circle back to the question on hybrids and hybridization. Obviously, the physics is really important to all this, but I think biology is also a critical angle. to the, and I appreciate what you said, Jason, about how um, the topic really does incorporate everything, doesn't it? Not just all the scientific disciplines, but also history and politics and art and all these things. But specifically on the idea of hybridization, there's this concept called junk DNA in modern like genetic studies. It's a colloquial way of describing non-coding DNA, but the idea itself, junk DNA, is just hilarious to me, um, because Isaac Newton, he has this saying. He said, "Nature never does more when less will do. It's a fan of simplicity, and nature is no fool." So the idea there is pretty, I think, straightforward. That nature is very efficient. So there is no such thing as junk DNA. So when we think about things like epigenetics, right? I'm wondering how much, in your opinion, do you think this idea of hybrids is, they walk among us just ontologically different humans versus the potential for epigenetic modification through technology or other means that leads to, in effect, a form of hybridization. And the reason I bring that up is just earlier this morning I was reflecting on like mantises, not mantid aliens, but just praying mantises. There's some interesting studies recently about their genetic structure and gene hopping and other kinds of interesting things. So when I think about the rise of nanotechnology and where we're headed, as I think a lot of us are aware, think that a lot of things are possible in the near future. And one last point I'll make to that end: in recent weeks, it's been very interesting to observe that the U.S. government, on one hand, is disclosing information about aliens and UFOs, while on the other hand, putting down state controls on AI, um, which I've commented on before. But specifically, you can ask about physics till the crows come home all day, black holes and uh, time crystals, whatever physics you can imagine, plasma physics. But when you start talking about biology, like with Claude Fable and such, that's when the guardrails start kicking in. And I thought that was kind of curious that they, protect against inquiry into genetics and such. So I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that, Jason, about like epigenetics and hybridization as far as that goes?
I've got to confess, I've heard Gary Nolan talk about epigenetics before, saying it's like really important. So whilst you were talking, I just Googled it to make sure I understood. My sense is that it's about how our behavior. Well, I promise I'm not reading this off a screen, but I was reading it a moment ago. So the idea was that that the way that we behave day to day regulates how our genetics kind of operate. So you can actually it might impact how your genes then affect your body based on your behavior. So you've got the sort of circular. Okay, cool. I see the thumbs up. That's really interesting. And I'd need to think about it more. But like I said, there's an entry from Forbidden Science Volume 6 where Valet is talking with Gary Nolan. There's multiple entries actually where Nolan seems to be suggesting that epigenetics is where all the secrets are, the magic is. And I was like, oh, that sounds so tantalizing. So I don't want to be like ask Dr. Nolan, but maybe he'll have a better answer. In terms of the hybridization stuff, just in general, I really do believe it's that there seems to be some sort of conversation coming about that stuff, and if epigenetics is a useful tool that we can use to understand that, then that's helpful. Was there a second question as well? I can you repeat that?
Well, no, that was just the gist of it. But there's that saying that history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. Um, I like to think sometimes about if we like they raised the Book of Enoch. You've had Sarah or Congressman Luna raising the Book of Enoch, and there's some murmurs about it and stuff. And sometimes I wonder, like, if we reframe these ancient biblical stories, some of them to not reflect like just basic civilizations, but maybe advanced technological civilizations. Something like the story of Noah's flood, corresponding maybe with like Enki and Enlil and those oldest works we have. They might be telling the same story, And what if they were not describing, just a rudimentary civilization of something advanced? Because like when I look at things like like the Egyptian gods, and they have these animal faces and stuff. I mean, that screams hybrids, right? You have uh, falcons and jackals and ibises and all these things. But like, what if that is some kind of indication of technological augmentation of like physical bodies, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's interesting with all this stuff. Like, I love all of this stuff, digging into ancient myths and proto mythology and seeing how you can compare them and what it might tell us. It's super interesting. I do. It sounds like from your tone, you have a similar kind of curiosity balanced with caution, where I'm like, okay, well, this could be really interesting in terms of giving me a mode of thinking about this, and perhaps our ancestor thought about it, but we don't know. But yeah, I do find it really interesting, and like a good example of this is just in the biblical narrative. There seems to be like three different moments where human beings have their destiny altered in terms of what was going on. They're initially created, and then they eat the fruit from the tree, which gives them some sort of extra powers, and then they receive a curse. And that you see this in other mythologies too, where there are these moments which change the trajectory of where human beings are going. um, and you do wonder, right? You're like, okay, so were we created by someone? Did we somehow then get access to something else? And then that works with the sort of Anunnaki Mesopotamian mythology, where you're created as a slave race, but something else happens which is maybe more positive. Or the idea of Zeus maybe presiding over a human species that is somehow not very free, and Prometheus comes along and brings fire from heaven. And this motif is prevalent everywhere. And I certainly, this is a belief thing for me. It's a curiosity thing. But I am deeply interested in that, and I'm deeply interested in the idea that there may be competing factions of beings, NHIs, gods, whatever you want to call them. And that often I think maybe the reason we're so messed up is because we are a weird hodgepodge, right? Like every other creature on this planet is able to exist in a rhythm except for us. Sometimes it seems like we're supposed to be on this planet. Sometimes it just doesn't seem that way at all. It's almost as if someone took, I don't know, two things that weren't really supposed to belong together, like jelly and curry or something, and squidged them together. And now we just kind of exist. So I think in that sense, these mythologies maybe are telling us something interesting about who we are. Maybe half of us is like, this is what Lavender Into the Stars kind of always point to, and I kind of buy into it. Maybe we're not really supposed to be from here, but we kind of are from here, and we're kind of torn. And maybe there's a big genetic component to that. And on the epigenetics thing, or just genetics being altered in general, which NHI species may benefit from us, having different destinies and etc. So yeah, it's super interesting, man.
Jason, our time with you is quickly closing. I didn't know if I wanted to just ask Craig really quick if you had a quick question, because if not, for Jason, just real quick, and then we'll close out with Jason, but continue the space. Are you there, Craig?
I'm here. Yeah, I don't have any questions. Yeah, we've been on our own track about Brown Brothers, Harryman, and all that stuff, and so I've seen all of our work seem to converge at the same time, and I guess these conversations are pushing that forward pretty rapidly. Um, yeah, I think the nature of these conversations is uh, really forcing us all to take all of this information in, on a very rapid rate, and to the point that we want to kind of download all of this stuff into each other. And I think that's part of what's happening between, Jason's videos, everyone else's interviews, a talk on a space like this right now, etc. Um, there's not an answer that puts a stop to everything. There's just a speeding up of wrapping our heads around this stuff, and of understanding a lot of the history around this stuff. You know, I've been chasing Brown Brothers Harryman and the Bush family and all of that, as some folks have. Jason knows some of that. Jason, you've clearly wrapped your head around a lot of the Nazi science that was going on around electrogravitics around the time. And so, yeah, I guess, okay, if I do have a question, how did you find the science that was being done by those Nazi scientists at the end of World War II?
You mean the sources and everything?
The sources, and even, I mean, nobody's talked about it the way that you have.
Oh, interesting. I don't know, there's a bunch of books. So there's one that was really useful for me is actually a very critical book, which is Graham Randall's UFOs Before Roswell, where he basically kind of goes through all the different people who were talking about the Nazi stuff, and then he somewhat debunks it. I don't think he would say it can't be true, but he's convinced it's probably not. Nick Cook, Joseph Farrell, Peter Levender. I don't know. I guess that there's a 15-minute segment in that video where I went through some of the big hitters, but to be honest, it wasn't even that comprehensive because there's so much more. Like there are people I hardly scratched on. So yeah, it's quite fun to go and find the original sources as well, like all the different newspaper clippings. That's fun because then you go from what people say. And by the way, this is also really important. This whole last year of really going deeper into research, you realize that you pick up a book, you're in love with it, you love the author, and then you look at some of the sourcing, you're like, oh God, like that person's completely misrepresented this source, or they've quoted a blog which doesn't exist anymore. And there are instances with the Nazi UFO stuff where things have been exaggerated, and they have been twisted. So it was fun to try wherever possible to go back to the sources. But yeah, I don't know that I dug up anything that new, but maybe I compiled it in a more comprehensive way. The only thing I would leave on is I do wonder whether the whole saucer, the Nazis making saucers, may have been a distraction anyway. I'm kind of maybe they were making them, but I wonder if after the war, when all of these people were coming out saying, those things you're seeing in the sky were made in Nazi Germany, I'm kind of more and more open to the idea that could have been a distraction to drive people away from the other breakthroughs, maybe directed energy weapons and the ability to get into space sooner than people expected. To me, it would be a very convenient thing to do to get everyone to believe that Nazis made flying saucers to occupy the psychological real estate whilst they cracked on putting interesting things in space, like not UFOs, but maybe weapons. So I'm curious about that, and I don't know whether that's going to be the case.
May I do a quick comment on just this very point?
Hold on one second. Well, I mean, Jason, it's up to you. I'm very wary of your time. I know that you're on a time frame.
Yeah, I do need to bounce. I'm a little bit exhausted as well from all my travels today, so I'm gonna jump now. But when I finish part two, I'll happily jump in with you guys again. I really appreciate your kind words and your encouragement, and keep doing your spaces. It seems like you guys are always digging into serious stuff, and yeah, it was great to hang out with you.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you and be able to ask you these questions. And I look forward to part two. Any like time frame, like that we're looking at?
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm probably halfway through writing the script right now. I had to rewrite it because of new information. So I wouldn't be surprised if it takes me 4 or 5 days until I can film, and then the editing could take 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I don't know. So please be patient. It could be a while, but I promise you this one will be worth it. It's gonna freak you out. It really is. So
I am ready to be freaked out. Thank you so much for joining us today.
yeah, thanks guys. Appreciate you. Ciao.
Have a great
Thanks,
rest of your
Jason.
day.
Appreciate it, man.
Guys, that was amazing. I'm so glad that we got to ask him some questions. Sounds like part two is going to be even more informative than part one. Um, and now the space turns to, I just want to say, please, if you're interested in talking about the Maynard Consortium, World Commerce Corporation, World War II, 1933 Magenta, Italy crash, stay with us because this is where we're going now. And if you want to join the conversation like Nathaniel, I know this is pretty much what you were looking forward to as well. Please hang out and stay for a little bit. I want to toss it over to Michael and Craig. You guys, we've held two prior spaces together last year, one with Jack Sarfati and one, or maybe both with Jack Sarfati. I can't remember actually at this moment, but the work that you guys are doing for your documentary on the 1933 Magenta Italy crash is fascinating, and I get a little eye-opening window into that every day. So I'm so appreciative that you're here, and I'd love to dive into this with you. So I'm turning this over to Michael. Welcome, welcome. I know that you put together a presentation of information that you want to go through, and I'm down. Let's begin that.
Cool. Super happy to be here, and super happy to kind of finally be going over this stuff in detail. Just kind of give a roadmap of kind of where we're going here. We're going to kind of start and try to do things in chronological order, like as much as possible. Like we're going to focus on the 30s and the timeline around that stuff, and particularly with the Americans and like how it interconnected with the 30s in Italy, which is like a fascinating understanding that isn't appreciated enough in all this. And then we're going to get into the war and get into the recovery itself, the timeline that we know, the different projects that were specifically involved in the Magenta recovery. We're going to get into those. And then at the very end, I'm going to kind of put out for the first time a lot of research that I've made on a specific character, Galeccio Ciano, who kind of ties the entire geopolitical dynamics of the 1933 crash together. So I'll also toss it over to Craig if he wants any quick comments as we're getting started here.
No, I'd rather you take on that section because you know it a lot better than I do, and then I can chime in about the retrieval effort. Basically with McGregor starting in 43.
Awesome. So, first things first. The thing that I really want to just really drive home as we start talking about the Dulles family is like how expansive their power as just a family unit was between John Foster Dulles, their cousin who was also an important figure. I forget her name off the top of my head. Avery Dulles, who was a prominent Catholic priest, was deeply involved in the Vatican II stuff, and just their involvement from pretty much 1933 onward it can't be understated. The Dulles Empire is something that is extremely well documented across, a variety of sources that kind of appreciate them for how standout they really were and their ability to manipulate not only banking systems, but any democratic or not otherwise system that they chose through a variety of financial legal mechanisms. And so just to get started, Dulles grew up as a Presbyterian. He was a deeply religious person who, his entire family, his father had actually been like a pastor or whatever it's called in Presbyterianism. Forgive me for not knowing. But to the point where he nearly attended church school like every single day and grew up surrounded by the church and surrounded by all ideology, and specifically like Calvinism. So this idea that there's like a right and wrong, and it's very black and white, and there's good and evil, and if you're good, your entire purpose in life is to fight evil. And from a very young age, his uncle was Robert Lansing. And on any free time that they would get on holidays or whatever, where they're off at their, summer house or whatever, they would just sit there and drill like young Alan Dulles on geopolitical stuff, financial stuff, and just test his knowledge. To the point that like his father used to parade around this paper that Alan Dulles wrote when he was like 8 years old about why Iran should be, managed by the U.S. and a kind of Monroe Doctrine kind of based ideology. And he made copies of it and like distributed it around like his wealthy and powerful people that he knew, and it's like, this is my son, and he's gonna, when he gets older, he's gonna do this, and blah 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 blah. And of course, later on, he would go to do exactly that. One of his first things as director of the CIA was to get deeply involved in Iran, finally, to his satisfaction, with all the, the fruits of the U.S. military-industrial complex's fruits at his fingertips. But it actually goes as far back. His professional career goes as far back as the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. He was sent as a representative as part of the diplomatic corps to help negotiate the initial treaties with Germany that led to the creation of the German industrial war machine itself, and just in the way that it worked. So him being on the ground for that, as far back as that, definitely precipitated him coming to work for his brother's, not firm, he didn't own it, but it worked for the Sullivan and Cromwell. He ended up coming to Sullivan and Cromwell in 1926. After kind of traveling the world, he had gone to India. There's a whole bunch of interesting stories in that time frame, that in little crazy, weird corners that Dulles found himself in that time, that are interesting but kind of irrelevant rabbit holes for the moment, at least. And then it was around from the time that he started working at Sullivan and Cromwell in 1926 is the time that his career started to like accelerate, because from there he started to work with the CFR, which is a central entity to just American power in general and like the banking families. And then he would actually...
Hey, Michael, can you explain the
Yes.
CFR real quick?
Oh yeah, my bad. So the Council of Foreign Relations is it's basically like a think tank, but like much more patroned by extremely rich people than your average think tank. Petrochemical power and industrial power is kind of like centralized on the CFR as a way to like meet and understand what each other's goals and intentions are, share intelligence, or acquire intelligence from each other. Basically just kind of like a cesspool of rich people that all get together and jerk off and do whatever the hell they want to do in their harebrained schemes, whether it be with governments or banks or pyramid schemes, whatever. I'm sure you can imagine how raging some of those parties were, especially back in the 30s, between all these rich individuals. But also they were very, boardroom serious, kind of making big decisions kind of vibe as well. And it was patroned just by the annals of American power. If you go and look through their website and their list of directors, and you just start Googling around on names, you'll find some of the most interconnected and powerful people in American history, without a doubt. And especially it was a tool of the Rockefeller and the Morgan families to influence the policy of the United States really directly. And in around 1933, this is also kind of why I usually speculate that intelligence about an event in Italy, there was no central collection mechanism for the American country at that time that might have gotten wind of such thing. But the Rockefellers and the Morgans, financial networks and financial intelligence that was largely unofficially managed by Alan Dulles, certainly could have been aware and had very deep connections with Italy that would have allowed potential awareness of the fact that they had a security situation and that it was something that they were trying to cover up. Stuff like that would have been valuable business intelligence and something for the Rockefellers and the Morgans, something that they wanted to know. And it's interesting, especially that Alan Dulles actually found his way to meeting with Hitler and Mussolini at the same time in 1933, and providing a pretty glowing report back to the State Department about these dudes, because essentially he was in business with all the people that were providing the services that these two fascist elements needed to be able to develop in the first place. And so it was just natural that he would have found himself like aligned with them. Alan Dulles' brother, John Foster Dulles, was kind of a more open Nazi than Alan Dulles himself. He was kind of a little bit more self-serving than ascribing to a particular ideology ultimately. But, other than one that he chose and approved of himself. But the way that Alan Dulles specifically chose to manage that situation was to subvert FDR and attempt to strengthen European fascism and perhaps even bring it to America, which, we'll get into this a little later after we talk about some of the other stuff going on in the 30s. But the business plot is definitely something I want to focus in on for a minute here too, because, with the Rockefellers and the Morgans being at the center of that intrigue, the likelihood that Alan Dulles was involved as a facilitator and intermediary between the forces that we saw in public is actually extremely likely. So Alan Dulles had done a lot of work for that in a similar vein for suppressing labor unions for Standard Oil and other big businesses across the world. He had provided his legal services to be able to sue these people out of existence, or whatever tactic he might appreciate to try to bust it up in any way that he could. He'd plant spies inside of unions, and it was essentially his early intelligence work. Okay, and then now, so I don't know. Sarah? Did you share this document that I'm following?
Absolutely, I definitely shared that document, and I didn't know if Nathaniel wanted to say something. He had his hand raised.
Sure, we can take a question real quick, Nathaniel.
Oh, hey, it was just more of a comment. I thought that the importance of Sullivan and Cromwell and Brown Brothers Harriman, along with Mussolini and Hitler, it's important to understand the overriding political ideology of this capital class, which is a fascism, the economic theory of which is to have the corporations run the state, right? And so that's the goal of what they're going to be setting up, and their focus on their ability to know about what's happening at Magenta, say, or what's happening in the Luftwaffe Secret Technology Division, is because this capital class understands the manufacturing corridor. That's why it was so exorbitant in the Treaty of Versailles, written by this very, same group of invested individuals, wanted to tax Germany so much after World War I. It's to get their hands on it, right? To have it be in debt and theirs.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And you can see that strategy over and over, kind of played out. It's really interesting that they just display a much better understanding of what's actually important to society because of their profit off of it. It makes them prioritize obtaining the information that actually makes a difference. And this is essentially kind of my theory for why, when the U.S. was creating its own intelligence apparatus, it essentially didn't have a choice at that point, except for to rely on these same individuals to kind of conscript them and see if they could kind of get them to do what the president wanted them to do with like rules and laws. And it's especially interesting to me because, like, say that a little bit later on, the OSS would be placed under the JCS, and not a
Well,
lot of
and
people.
the person who wrote the OSS memo was Robert Levitt.
Right. So yeah, but it was like there was also there was an attempt to kind of place that uncontrollable entity beneath JCS, and obviously the OSS did whatever the hell they wanted and didn't care about that need for permission. But it was a dynamic that Donovan himself had to specifically like manage and frequently be the diplomat with the rest of the OSS, because obviously the rest of the OSS, Alan Dulles, James Angleton, and all these other characters, just had no respect whatsoever for what the presidents, particularly that president FDR, wanted, because they were fundamental enemies and had been financially working against him, and were the people that he was speaking out against in his campaign directly. So
Yeah, exactly. And people might not know that OSS also had a second meaning, which was oh so social, relating to this Yale club, this moneyed interest, this wealth, right?
oh yeah, I've heard that too, and something I always think about is like, man, I can only imagine how much drinking and debauchery accounted some of this stuff sometimes. And like just the way that you read, I don't know if you've ever read any of Alan Dulles' works, but just the way he reflects on this time in his life, it's like he's remembering the best memories that a person could have of him, like drinking, staying up late, hanging out with his friends all the time, stomping around and doing secret stuff. He really, they derived this like very sick enjoyment from the understanding that they were fucking everybody on the planet in a really deep way. And I think that often they even like deluded themselves into thinking that they were like the responsible ruling class, and because they were educated and drilled from birth to be this person, they were the person that was most responsible and most proper to make these kind of decisions on behalf of humanity. And Alan Dulles was like an epitome of that ego and kind of self-servingness. I think that, and that was a very intentional personality trait that had been injected into him. Whereas his brother had a very opposite kind of keep your nose down and work and kind of stay out of the social scene and let your brother handle it, and just acquire information for your brother essentially, and then do all this complicated technical and legal work that will essentially allow Alan Dulles to be able to operate with impunity. So did you end up throwing out that link, Sarah?
You know what? I'm posting each piece in the Purple Pill so that everyone can go down there and you can follow all of your work.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were just gonna like post the page and then I was just gonna have it to like, my bad.
Oh, if you want, I don't
No,
know
no,
how to.
no. We don't have to
Okay,
do that. If you want to do it the other way, that's fine too.
okay, cool.
So now we'll talk a little bit about what Wild Bill Donovan was up to in the 30s, because we'll pretty much stop there on Alan Dulles, because we're naturally going to keep on coming back to him in a lot of different facets. So I don't want to spend too much time going over, but obviously just the most thing, and the reason why I always like kind of start with this when I'm talking about this is because it's just so important to understand how Alan Dulles' control over this situation and his particular central ness of it, and his wide range of contacts. Even though he's not by any means the whole story, he is interconnected within so many other complicated stories that is nearly impossible to ignore and not understand like where he specifically was coming from and making some of these decisions and working with these people, and like especially when we get to the spot where they all saved a bunch of war criminals and gave them and helped like reduce their sentences and got them uh, identification from the Vatican, and we'll get into all those details. But elections, you got a quick question?
Yeah, real quickly on that point. Dulles whitewashed almost every one of the paperclip resumes. And this was directly at odds with the order of Truman. He said, no, we'll bring over Germans that have been properly evaluated, but we do not want Nazis. The point being is, in doing that, I think that they were protecting themselves. And eventually, I think that Forrestal found out about what had happened, and he was going to tell Truman. And I think that's part of the reason he got thrown out of Bethesda, because they had to keep, just as we're seeing today, the operational control from being exposed. And this was absolutely the most important bad act of this whole process that we're getting ready to explore.
I 100% agree, and yeah, that lineage is so important to understand, especially the dynamics around, like, with Truman, and how he would have reacted to that information, because he was onto them, and there was a lot of investigations and inquiries and people in the government, the American government specifically, who had an understanding that this is what the financial elite were doing. And there was a lot of new people in the government who never really had access to it in this way, or just access to that sort of information. It provided a scale of the situation that allowed for a ton of inner fighting and factionality and different kind of moral schemes to navigate throughout all this. And Nathan?
Yes, I think someone else mentioned it too, but it just might be good context that 33 was also Smedley Butler, the Marine, kind of contracted to coup Roosevelt and do a Wall Street takeover, is important. And then just also for context and a timeline, we started in 33, but if you go back to 21, 22, 25, there's a lot of people understanding that rotating things are affecting gravity. That's Byfield Brown, that's O.C. Hilgenberg. And so there's already kind of like a rich historical scientific lineage that's evidence here.
Yeah, absolutely. I tend to focus on the intelligence picture, because I like to think about the way that specifically American intelligence coalesced and made its move on the world is one of the more significant geopolitical factors of our age that isn't deeply appreciated for just how much it matters to all the other ones.
100%, by the way. I really appreciate both of you guys. I didn't get to say that. The conversation was just going, but I really appreciate this tack. It's just true, and people have an amnesia in America about it. It's induced, so thanks for keeping it going.
100%. Yeah. And I 100% agree with you that it's an induced kind of forgetfulness about this specific subject. I mean, because even you go back to the 30s of, like, the reporting around secret police in different countries as they were emerging is some of the most, like, brave and, like, protect your sources kind of situations, because you had the literal Gestapo and the SS on your ass. Often when you're speaking out against these people, and plenty of people did, and they laid that groundwork for even if the financial elite didn't want them doing what they were doing, they found a way to navigate the geopolitical arena in a way that allowed them to keep on living. And that's something that's pretty special about the 1933 forward era as well, is that as information and education started really distributing across the colonizer countries specifically, it created, like, an awakening of a lot of people who are like, well, we don't have to organize our society like this. It doesn't have to be like this. Like, we don't have to all, like, just keep on going through this cycle and fight again. Obviously the fight did end up starting, but there was a lot of people who didn't want that, especially in the 33 time. So, like, the international cooperation and communication was definitely the order of the day. And you can see that in the way that especially fascist organizations in Europe had to wine and dine everyone around them in any way that they possibly could to garner any sort of support, because it was an extremely tenuous balance that had occurred after the crash. And the financial elite themselves were very much kind of on the ropes in that time. So that's kind of what I see as one of the main motivations for when, say, the Spanish conflict came along in 36, that everyone in Italy and Germany supported that at all costs because it was the only way that they could manufacture enough trouble and strife in society to accomplish their goals. Something we'll get into as well a little later is just how directly Standard Oil specifically really impacted that situation. Like, there would be no Spanish Civil War the way that it happened. There would be no invasion of Ethiopia, which we're about to speak about a little bit as well, without Standard Oil's interaction there. So,
Well, I
yeah.
want to chime in too, just some super big basic stuff, but the Smedley Butler, um, that the entire situation that happened in 33, funny enough, right before the Magenta crash, was the beginning of capitalism versus what Dulles and others, thought was socialism. And, it was like the direction of the country and the world in their eyes, was taking center stage right as FDR was coming in, and so there's another tract here that directly involves, Prescott Bush, George Herbert Walker, the Bush family later, Brad Brothers Harriman. I mean, they're central to this entire thing, in regards to how we see ourselves as a nation, basically, and so there's Michael and I, in all of this work we've been doing for years now, it's kind of these concurrent threads running together that I know some of you are familiar with, regarding um, those power players that Jason has also been hitting upon, and now we're at this point in history, literally today, with all this fucking Trump chaos and all that. That is, for me, I see it as like the like the last dying gasp of capitalism. And as, as a sort of like incestuous uh, attempt at monarchy, is just dying off in like rapid succession. But it does, we'll also circle back to this, but it does circle back to Brown Brothers Harriman, you know, taking control of this entire situation, even as of now, according to Dana Sheehan. And we'll be talking about this forever. So thanks.
No, I just wanted to add that it's fascinating because in 2008, I mean, you would look at it as the Bush dynasty coming to its end. Even David Grush, stated that once Dick Cheney stopped being the vice president, apparently he was a part of the legacy program, whatever that may be. And then, Clapper took over with Stephanie O'Sullivan, basically the CIA, the research and development group. Sorry, just trying to remember everything. And so it's fascinating to me that there was this giant changeover in 2008, 2009, which then you have OSAP entering the group. So learning all of this, following all of this, I mean, our history is just so important. And I'm just grateful you're all here. I do want to go back to Michael real quick so he can continue with his piece. And then as we move forward, we'll call on hands.
Yeah, and then I just want to say we're going to end up covering the hell out of the business plot a little later on. I just kind of wanted to get some of the other stuff out of the way that's a little bit more relevant to the Magenta crash. So I'll just continue with that real quick. By next talking about what Wild Bill Donovan was up to in the 30s. And this
just
is
a really quick thing. I just wanted to say that I posted all of this information that you're going over in the purple pill at the bottom in individual posts if anyone is interested in following. But go ahead. Sorry, Michael.
sorry about that. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Appreciate you. So, Wild Donovan's tour of Northern Africa and Italy in 35 is an important point to like talk about because at that time he was already serving as essentially an intelligence officer for FDR directly. And this is a huge point to really zoom in on because it demonstrates a fundamental network difference between Dulles and Donovan. And you'll see this fight play out longer, like later on as the OSS gets disbanded. But Dulles eventually kind of retracts his support for Donovan and eventually starts like slandering him for his own like ends. And that's also because Donovan was hooked up with a side of the financial elite that was much more moderate than the hardliners of that were more often associated with the Dulleses, which were much closer with the fascism side of money. There was there was definitely a more modern sort of elite emerging in the 30s specifically, that was not great, but definitely more altruistic and fair-minded than a lot of the European elite at the time. And these forces butt heads really hard around FDR. So it's really interesting to think about what Donovan kind of conversations Donovan would have had in Italy in the 30s with Mussolini in Rome, and also around with the Italian military in Northern Africa. It's also clear to me that he was spying out the Germans, not the Germans, the Italians, trying to understand not only what their military capabilities are, but potentially what their secret state-funded projects were, how those are moving along, and how that was relevant to different factions of the industrial elite that he was connected with as well. So there's very multifaceted motivation that's placed on Donovan specifically in this moment. And then he's also torn between everything that I just talked about and FDR specifically, who wants this information so that they can go to the war. And, I think him and Donovan at this time kind of agreed that like another war was on the horizon, even if it didn't seem like it was going to go hot immediately. So that was something that was already kind of being prepared before, and something I don't have any evidence for, but I've wondered before is if there's any connection between Hugh Angleton and Donovan on this trip. It's possible that they knew each other at this time and that they even perhaps met, but that's just not something that would have been necessarily documented. As we'll get into with the Angleton family, there was definitely uh, sort of business intelligence stuff going on there as well. So any sort of meeting or potentially communication between them at that time has not been something I've been able to find any evidence for, but it's something I've definitely hypothesized.
I want to jump in too to remind everybody, or if you're not familiar with the story the way that we are, all this seemingly boring intelligence stuff. None of this happens without a UFO crashing in Magenta, Italy in 1933, right? World War II doesn't happen without Germany and Italy having their hands on magical technology that they can't figure out, without James Angleton having been a part of that story directly, living in Milan, 3 miles away, or 3 kilometers away from the Magenta crash, from the Rockefellers, the Dulleses, all the rich banking families finding out about this technology. And so all of this stuff, especially that Michael is more well versed in about that era of intelligence history, none of it is relevant without the fact that there's a UFO that they had their hands on, they couldn't crack. Like, that's the core of all of this. That's why Grush brought it up. That's why it's the beginning of this entire story, and how it led to the banking families and the OSS, and what he talked about and was clear to talk about with Joe Rogan, almost 3 years ago now, about how the CIA was founded by banking families, and why that influenced all of 20th century going forward. And this story is not new for any of us who've been following this, in these past few years. But there's none of this matters without that major component of the story, that there was magical technology they had their hands on and everybody was in a race to figure out how to crack it, and that they knew that whoever cracked it would rule the world. Like that's the biggest component overlaying all of this. That was the US Soviet space race. That was everything. This was not about nukes or any of this shit. This was about like whoever can fly all over the planet and beyond the planet and colonize the solar system, etc. It's because they knew that this stuff was real. And they knew that whoever could figure out how to actually handle it, control it, could control everything. So I'll stop there and we'll come back later. Thanks.
And yeah, and to that point, I'll just also throw in there on that same exact point that the idea of a crash happening in Italy and then that intelligence racing around the world at light speed is particularly because of how famous Italy is for its scientific and like invention based endeavors. You know, it's important to remember the context of Marconi, um, and all the other stuff that had happened in the previous era about, you know, technology and stuff. And Nathan, I see your hand immediately went up, and I'm not super well versed in all that stuff, but it was an element that, like, when that rumor was substantiated in Italy, you could absolutely see that as a direct tie to the increase in tensions between nations as they try to figure their way around to maneuver this extremely complicated issue that dropped in everybody's lap all at once.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just 1 minute to say something here. The reason this is a great conversation and is about the technology. These are just facts. 1921, Thomas Townsend Brown. You've got asymmetric high voltage capacitors producing thrust. Right. 1931, Brown demonstrates a gravitator to the Office of Naval Research. 1947, you've got Project Winter Haven, which is a combat disc using this electrogravitic propulsion. And by the 50s, every aerospace corporation is dealing in electrogravitics. So that's why I talk about that so much, because whether it's known or not, it's like the secret on the playing field that is usually tried to be obscured or made exotic or alien so that you don't know about it.
Right. And I definitely think that field also has a deep interconnection with, like Jason said earlier very eloquently, that there's downstream technologies that are even more important than flying saucers themselves.
It's fusion
Like from
energy.
a
It's
defense
an energy
standpoint, like
source. Yeah.
you know, and particularly systems, when you think about it, to shoot them down is as equally as relevant of a technology, if not much more relevant of a technology, than the ability to do it in the first place.
Yeah, but
Which is
yeah,
something that
please continue. I'm
something
sorry.
that and also, and just something that I've hypothesized around this is a super basic reason to why to think this is such a big deal is the American elite being scared that Italy just developed a way to take these down if they already knew that they existed at that point in 33 would have sparked like a panic, like in it much like in the kind of private world there, it would have been a much bigger deal than just like, oh, like Italy said they recovered something, we weren't really sure what it was. Like, no, it would have been like priority number one. They would have been like, oh shit, we know that there's shit flying around in the sky, and if they figured out how to take one down, like, we're all boned, and we need to fucking get on that and make sure that we can control that as fast as we humanly can. So
Well,
Akasha,
to chime in here again, I mean, I wrote about this a few months ago, but you know, we've all become more familiar with the idea of EMPs, directed energy weapons. You know, this is like part of mainstream discourse at this point. And EMPs and radar were developed out of Marconi and Tesla's death ray technology. And by 1933, Marconi was already working on his death ray technology, you know, and this was technology that proved successful. There were international, you know, newspaper articles about this. And Mussolini begged him to turn it over. The Vatican begged Marconi not to give it to Mussolini because they thought that whoever had this would rule the world again. But our biggest theory about the crash at Magenta was that Marconi was testing this death ray technology. He was successful. It came down, and we're now at a point where even, as of last Sunday, we've got Ross Coulthart talking about working with Skywatcher. The U.S. government working with Skywatcher to bring down these craft. It for us, it all starts there for that reason as well. That was the beginning
May I ask a
of
question?
this.
Why not that they
Sure.
tried to fly
Real quick,
something and
Nathan.
that thing they flew crashed and then they recovered it and other people knew they had a success? They controlled it, they flew it, they crashed it, as happens with testing aircraft.
It did. They did test it. For one, there was an obvious psionic component. Detlev Bronk and Hubert Strugold. Hubert Strugold was a chief Nazi scientist, and he and Detlev Bronk, who was part of MJ12, were both neuroscientists. They were both keenly interested in neurobiology, which kind of proves that they understood before Roswell that there was a consciousness component. And there's paperwork that's filed and on the record that you can read about how those two met up right at Roswell, but they already had a relationship established. And that's the thing that they couldn't crack all these years. I mean, you get into psionic stuff, you get into the gate program, you get into the consciousness connection, you get into all of this stuff. That's because they couldn't figure it out, because when you go back to the idea of intent, they wanted to weaponize the whole thing and they couldn't. We've been stuck in this sort of like Nazi rocketry playbook ever since then.
Yeah,
But
I'm sorry. I don't think that my question was that not that they created an EMP scalar or some kind of directed energy, whatever you want to call it. It's that to crack, to take down some alien craft. What I was proposing is, what about the theory that we created the craft and it, as crafts being tested do, crashed, and as we do after that, we retrieve them. And as people report on it, they see a success and they want to get involved as a competing theory.
how do we create a UFO in 1933?
That's what I've been getting at. If you look at
Yeah.
1931, they'd already been doing it, right? They'd
But
already been.
1931, I'm not to argue at all, just to keep overlaying this. 1931 is also when Marconi started testing his death ray, which is just an
Yeah, there's a
interesting,
lot of stuff
you know,
going on. But I'm saying that
right.
electrogravitics and levitating something with high voltage dielectrics, which all a flying disc crashing has to do is be a disc that is charged to high voltage capacity that takes off and falls down. A flying disc that crashes. That's it in the technology and the science, and that's what was available before that.
So I'll just hop in here and say that it's easy to allow both of these possibilities and hold them in suspense with each other. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of classified information that's going to be in between our ability to discern factually which one is the case. But I think that it's important to understand that, like you're saying, Nathan, it's possible that it was a human created craft, and then it was also human who took it down. Equally, the fact it is possible that it was a non-human craft and it was taken down by a human. I
Well,
think
I'm
that
saying that
it's
one
kind of
has a
one or
lot more
it's kind of
reason
one or
to
the
it.
other.
I think there's better reason to believe one than the other. We have everything we need to have humans doing all of this, not taking it down, just crashing something that they tried to fly up. And the other thing has more gaps to get to it. And it also leaves things unexplainable and doesn't make sense of things like electrogravitic disk programs before.
Well, and I think that's the nature of kind of what we're facing with this phenomenon in general, is that there's a lot of things that are in the way of proving a particular hypothesis, and cleanliness is not is not a habit of this subject matter. So I think we're just going to have to allow the tension between these things to
Great.
remain.
And I love you guys, and I'm just excited. I'm sorry if I've interrupted or gotten onto it. I don't do a lot of these. I appreciate it. Sorry, Sarah and everybody else. I love the conversation. I really, really do. I'm just advocating for a serious position. It's not just to be combative. I just actually have like
I
a reason.
100% agree with you. I think that what you posit is an absolute possibility and is valuable to the conversation. So Akasha, real quick, you've had your hand up forever. I want to just let you get your question out there.
Sure. Good conversation, guys. I appreciate something you just mentioned about systems and how, the actual tech might be an order above like the actual craft per se. One example I find useful are cargo cults, right? Like what's that one island, Sentinel Island, in the Pacific or maybe Indian Ocean, where they hadn't seen helicopters, right? So then when the U.S. Army flew over it, they were shooting bows and throwing spears at it, right? And that's kind of like ontologically shocking, right? Like seeing a UFO if you're a native tribal person encountering a helicopter. They would see the helicopter and think, wow, damn, this is a technological marvel. What they don't see is the supply chain logistics behind the helicopter, from how it was manufactured down to how the fuel is rationed and distributed across the military infrastructure, right? That's a form of technology too, yeah. And it's more fundamental actually than the helicopter itself, because the helicopter is a product of that technology. You get what I'm saying? It's like
100%.
invisible to the cargo cult. So if we apply that same analogy to what we're dealing with, you can see how that could be analogous, right? So I really appreciate that point you made about the systems. Um, and I guess one other point I'd make, the main reason I hop back up is I appreciate how you guys are weaving in the history here and everything, especially that era of the 30s of Italy and I guess the historical period leading up to World War II. Uh, Pix and Nathaniel, you guys were raising really important issues earlier about the economic angle of all this. And as interesting as the science is, that's obviously, I think, in some ways more important is the political, socioeconomic angle. And I guess one thing I just want to say is this idea that capitalism is just going to collapse because eventually the system is going to not work for itself anymore, or that the overlords will become benevolent all of a sudden. I think it's a pipe dream. I'm not a Marxist myself or a leftist, but it's a damn tragedy that all the good leftists got killed by fascists, the revolutionary leftists, because though I'm not a Marxist, one thing that Marx was pretty damn, accurate on is the idea that capitalism will be a self-perpetuating system until it's violently overthrown. Now, take that word violent with a little bit of, nuance. It doesn't mean necessarily go, you know, Luigi on the CEOs and shoot them in broad daylight, but it means that there needs to be actual revolutionary mobilization and effort. You know what I'm saying? So this idea that the system will just collapse on its own, I think, is not only naive but really fucking dangerous. Because I think people, if you observe them, they can tolerate a lot, right? And as bad as things get and are getting in America for many people, their bellies are. I mean, in fact, we have an obesity problem. So like people are fed and they have their bread in circuses. They're entertained, right? That kind of a circumstance not conducive of a revolution, in my opinion. So I just wanted to highlight that kind of point, that if left to its own devices, the capitalist system will mercilessly perpetuate itself to the detriment of the people.
Well, that's part of this, of course, but it's also jumping forward to what could happen versus what did happen, and to bring in Mangione, I mean, he pled guilty to, I forget what it was, like harassment or stalking yesterday, so that his lawyer could throw out his case via the double jeopardy law. So the legal game is being played in terms of these sort of like revolutionary figures right now, but that's its own thing. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, so we can't really go there yet. And we're trying to address what happened in this history that's led us here. Um, yeah, I'm with you on all this stuff. I just feel like that's a different conversation that like completely supersedes uh, understanding how we got here first before we figure out where we're going.
And I tend to agree with that sentiment, Craig. And just one quick idea I'll throw out there is that I was thinking about this the other day, that like a society that floats any way too heavy towards capitalism, communism, or technocracy is an unbalanced society. Um, and I think as we strive for a global society that actually makes sense, we're going to have to end up taking elements from all three and stringing them together in a way that actually makes sense. And I don't think that it's going to be a peaceful or easy process, like you allude to, Akasha. But I think that starting at the place where we understand how we got here in the first place, so that we can prevent going to the same place again, is a really solid plan of action. Because if you don't know history, you are doomed to make it rhyme with other history, and that's something that I don't think a lot of people want at this point, because it's very clear that humans have like a very messy and not optimal history, is a clinical way to say it. But Augustus, did I see you raise your hand or want to speak?
Yeah, I want to say something. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, the idea that we're going to have a global society is, I would think, not even a human agenda. I am God, sovereign, and free. I am God, sovereign, and free. Your idea of a one world government is the New World Order elitist agenda that I wager isn't even a human agenda. That's not even a human agenda. Humans throughout history have had their own sovereignty. They have had their own freedom. Look at the North Americas before colonization. You think that Native Americans had a one government? No, they had tribes. They had tribes. Look,
Well, th- thank you, Augustus.
okay, thank
So
you.
yeah, I kind of agree with you. I tend to think that the demonization of the idea of a one world government is the main purpose of the vast amounts of disinformation about it. Because the idea that humanity can evolve past our tribal ways, and into something better and more equitable for everyone, I think is immature. But obviously, we're not here to debate about larger
Yes.
and especially current geopolitical machinations. So I'll just kind of draw a line on that conversation there. But I
Yes,
appreciate
and
your comment.
let's hop back to where we were. We're going back to history, and I'd love to just jump back to Michael. I appreciate everyone's comments, um, and I'd like to, because hey, we haven't even thought about AI, but and how that's going to affect and is already affecting, the hive mind, the world, society, all today. I mean, like that's just uh, a beast in and of itself. And so I don't want to focus though on current day. I really want to go back to what we were doing earlier. I want to go back to Michael, your basis document. Like I said again, I put a bunch of pills. A bunch of pills. I put a bunch of information in posts into the purple pill below, so you can follow along. And then we're just gonna go right back in. I am very aware of everyone's time today, so I don't want to um, kind of lead us into a different direction, but I appreciate everyone's comments. Go ahead, Michael.
Cool. So on that note, we will jump back into actually the Angleton family. And I want to start off talking about how Hugh Angleton moved his family to Milan in 1933. And both Hugh Angleton and James Angleton as a teenager were actually present during the Magenta crash when it happened in 1933. So Hugh Angleton worked at the time for the National Cash Register Association in Italy, and was also the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Italy. So he was certainly an important and well-connected individual, and especially deeply tied in to the fascist element of Milan, and particularly the Catholic side of like the fascist line Catholic side, that was very present in Milan. The Archdiocese of Milan is very involved in the rat line stuff that would later happen during the war, and there's a reason for that. The typical kind of, I guess it goes much larger historical of the battle between the like north and the central and south of Italy. That power concentrating there, and the Italian elite kind of focusing their money there, is definitely a reason why Angleton was placed in that position in the first place. And it would have been essentially his job, uh, or at least a component of it, to sniff out information like this and sniff out what was going on in Italy that was important that they were trying to cover up, or what the OVRA, the Italian secret police, were doing, and so on and so forth. So I think that there's actually a really high likelihood that the information about the Magenta craft was actually redistributed around to the American elite, specifically through Hugh Angleton, James Angleton's father.
Well, I want to hop in here real quick too. I mentioned this to you, Michael, last night. Pix, you mentioned to me months ago. I never had a chance to look into this, but you said that Hugh Angleton was good friends with FDR. So I wanted to ask about that.
Pix might be running his dogs.
Oh,
No,
well, he
I'm
did to me.
cutting up
That's
wood. I'm cutting up wood. I'm pouring with sweat. So I'll come back to that.
Cool. We'll keep it in mind for sure, because I'd like to know that too, because and it also it might kind of make sense as well, because it seemed like Hugh Angleton also had a rather close relationship with Donovan as they entered the OSS, and that's a huge part of the reason why James Angleton was even allowed the kind of position that he was in Italy, in general, was because of that close relationship. So
Real quickly,
there's
I
still
do
the
have a
potential
question
through there.
for you. You'd mentioned that you felt like Donovan was somehow, let's just say, less fascist than the rest. I don't know where you're getting that from. You could be right, but why do you say that? Because I don't believe that Donovan wanted the CIA position. He wanted to keep the whole crazy cowboy approach of the OSS going. I've got several books on Donovan, and I just don't sense that he has any, let's just say, human interest side of him that's significant. But I could be wrong.
No, I want to clarify too that like I didn't necessarily mean like what you said, like less fascist than the rest. And this is kind of what I was trying to say about the more altruist financial elite that he happened to have in his network, rather than the like Dulles network by comparison. It was just that I'd say that he was more diplomatic, and being a Catholic, more connected to a side of society that was not quite the exact same level of oppression, racism, and awfulness that the Dulleses frequented themselves with. Still
He
definitely bad
yeah,
dudes,
I
but like
gotcha.
people who made decisions that were sometimes a little bit more aligned with with the human interest in their peers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you could be
Um,
right. I'm not sure. And one other quick point, and then I will get back to cutting wood. Um, you were talking about Sullivan and Cromwell earlier. Let's not forget that the National Security Advisor that's just been named, Jay Clayton, I think is his name, used to be the head of Sullivan and Cromwell. So these
wow.
motherfuckers are deep in the administration, controlling things still.
yeah. We talked about this, Michael and I, recently. Another important point is that Scott Bessent is a Brown Brothers Harryman, and so those guys are all there right now, trying to control it as it crashes. Like it's the Sullivan Cromwell, Brown Brothers Harryman. All this history and lineage going back to the Dulles brothers specifically is still alive and well. There's no way around that. As well as the Carlisle group, who have been involved in a lot of things. Um, these are all bigger tangents to go on, but we've been kind of digging into all of that as well. But you're right. I mean, these people are still right now very entrenched in the system as it's collapsing, and they're trying desperately to hold on to it
Well,
as it's dying. There's no
or
way
they're
around that.
or they're trying to manage the crash and know where to pick up the pieces so they can come out the far side even in a better position in the long term. I mean, they're responsible for creating this mess, and they for sure know how to take advantage of it when it does come tumbling down.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure. I mean, they're trying to control it, but they can't. You can't control chaos. I mean, you can read the book Chaos by James Gleick, 1985 in Chaos Theory. It's like there's no controlling a storm. There's no way around it. That's the thing with all these fucking people is that they think they can manage the complete destruction of the systems that they created and wantonly have been destroying. You can't do that anymore. The era of monolithic power is over. That's it. And these guys can't do it. They're not that smart. We're smarter
Well,
than they are. You
I
know.
don't know. I don't know about that. I think they're pretty smart. I think they have access to very advanced computing capacity. And my point is, I think they're just going to ride along the top. I mean, they're living in a different world than we are. So, the chaos to them is just a show. They've got so much money now. It's just insane. And I said months ago, Sarah, you remember this, I know, because I was asking the questions, probably pushing years. It feels like they're trying to crash the entire system. And now I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah, but these people aren't psychic. That's the thing. These people don't have extra powers. They're just fucking rich assholes, and that's
Or
it.
Or I would say, Craig, remote viewing is a pretty powerful tool. And I wouldn't put it past, you have the Aleister Crowley, you have like the entire occult area, and they're all connected to the wealthy. And so I wouldn't put it past them to, have their own set of remote viewers or even using occult rituals to, I mean, I don't know. I imagine these wealthy people are I can only imagine if you've had so much wealth, the regular normal things that we all do become redundant and boring after a while. And so, they have human hunting parties. I mean, I wouldn't find that very interesting and exciting, but these people that have no, sense of humanity, they've lost it all, and they're wealthy. They create these worlds for themselves and go out and beyond that. And so I can imagine them you know, the doing Epstein stuff and having remote viewers, on hand to predict the future. I mean, Project Looking Glass. I can see like a bunch of different ways for them to predict future events just based on even just the past, just learning history like we're doing right now.
Right, but then you
Sarah,
get into the idea of different factions trying to control the timeline, and this is not. I mean, this is also an idea that's been coming up by Tom DeLonge, by Jeremy Corbell, by Lou Elizondo, and others. That there are people who are fucking with our timeline constantly, right? And you can laugh off any of these figures, but they're all saying the same thing. I mean, I've done this work for years now. I mean, everything points towards Alan Dulles and his crew essentially building the breakaway civilization. It maybe started in 1959 with the Aronoff Bohm effect that proved how you can make flying saucers work. 1959 was also as JFK was coming into power and was threatening to usurp their own global order. I mean, this is all big stuff, but it's not new. It's all out there. And so when you get into trying to predict the future and looking glass and all of this stuff, I think that's a big part of what we've been introduced to, in that you've got different people wanting different things. You've got a fascist order that can't agree with itself. You can watch the last 10 years of the Trump administration and the amount of people that come and go because nobody can agree upon fucking fascism because there's no idea of, the idea of purity doesn't exist, right? And so things working in a perfect way for certain people who have perfect genetics or any of this bullshit, like we know that it's not true. And we're watching it collapse in real time. So we can talk about folks who are trying to manage the collapse. I'm going to go back to like, they can't. We start over right now. That's it. and all of this history that we're talking about, it's why we have to understand how fascistic power was born, and how the technology, as well as, Nathan and some of you are talking about, whatever that means, I don't know yet, because you're talking about pretty insane stuff. Did we create flying saucers? There's non-human intelligence with flying, other craft. We know this is all true. We don't know what it means. We don't know where it's going, but there is a human component. We're all here on a phone call talking about this stuff without anybody else getting in the way of it. And that's important, and so we have to figure that stuff out to figure out where we go from here, basically.
And
Sorry.
I completely agree with you. I mean, my own theories, that I even have is the sense that, like, think about this: if we're going to go back to the idea of the WCC and this historical, push back in like the 40s and the 50s, just imagine this breakaway civilization that we keep referring to. They've already gone underground, I mean, all over the world. And I don't just mean bunkers. I mean, they could have built within the last 50 years a city, and that's enough to have at least a generation and a half that could have been born. I know this sounds so crazy, but in these underground cities, and they could be existing down there and have no idea of what is happening up here at all, and that they are part of this elite break. I mean, even Antarctica, I mean, that's one of my most favorite conspiracies. And so for me, it's very much understanding the basis of this history that we've been lied to. We've been lied to our entire lives, and so if we can go back to this time period like you guys have done and all the work that you have done, and we can piece together um, all of these different intricate parts of the power struggles that were going on there and the money movement, we can somehow build some sort of, in my mind, blueprint for the future. And in and of itself, basically use our own looking glass, in a way. But yeah, throwing it over to you, Michael.
Cool. And I'll just say, it's kind of like a final thing to all that. I think that, you know, moving forward in this situation is about understanding and patience, and understanding, for one, that all of our individual effects culminate in a way that none of us can really calculate. And so calculating when or where or how or why are extremely difficult by extrapolation. It doesn't mean that anything that we do doesn't matter. It just means that we shouldn't all expect our individual actions to culminate in the broader societal changes that we all want to see. But it's kind of important to have that faith that we can influence things, and that us attempting to find a way of communicating about these issues without it descending into partisanness is a really important, like, stepping stone to actually getting something done. So I'll just kind of close that out with this, and introspection, if you want to ask your question real quick.
Well, I appreciate that. Real quick, I was listening to this and I'm hearing where maybe perhaps there's like great comprehension and then there's a breakdown and understanding how this system could take root and be effective. And there was a section of several minutes ago, I put my hand up in order to possibly like clarify. Uh, you're describing network analysis, and this is an enemy infrastructure. These people have been used against you, and I think that along the conversation went about qualities of some of these people, attributes they have. I think there's a disparity in recognizing their complete capability, their network, their communication. And that's why I dove into the research about this communicative ability that they may have. And another format that permitted that hasn't been discussed in Colonel Towner has done significant amount of research into Gladio and Dallas, and she also makes a good mention about how this network was enabled by lodges and masonry and initiated members outside international global communicative method to be able to have cohesion and interwoven throughout different governments. And so there's a component here that people aren't coming to terms with, and there's confusion in this conversation about that. These are outside of government players that have super abilities and different scales of the spectrum. The German eugenics programs proved that they were cloning and breeding people for the Uberman, for the super type of person. So they were constantly uh, on the very advanced side of forensic science and applied science. So yeah, there's some very supernatural attributes to their capabilities, their communication, and all of the German Tool Society, the Brill Society, all of these people focused on innate human abilities. And I think that Jay Anderson just put a post up that I liked a lot. And I think about this often. It's about the mind's ability to focus, and that we're not looking for extra power. You may have all the power you need if the mind is like a candle, from a candle focus to a laser focus. So if your mind is being disillusioned and out of focus, your capabilities are reduced, and that can be inspired upon an entire population. Whereas all you have to do is be able to have a laser focus to exhibit some of these abilities and make these networks take effect and root and take over another population. Just a disparity in comprehending their tactical ability is what I'm hearing. I love the history of it. Absolute, not wrong about that. But as you're going along, people may be confused at how these networks were able to maintain, sustain, and overtake through international boundaries. Is because uh, just like a regular cartel or a mafia or a gang, their oaths are to themselves and allegiances are to themselves outside of these countries. So, just a point of clarification for the audience, I think there's a huge component in understanding that this is how covert networks work. Not only did they break away, the term breakaway leaves in your mind that they had left. To be embedded and to be entrenched is to be present but covert, and covert initiations provide that network of capability. So, spiritual. Thank you so much for your history lesson on this. I do appreciate it. I'm forgetting some of what you're learning, so I do appreciate the refresher.
I wanted to ask real quick. I totally agree with you, and I think the idea of laser focus is maybe part of this entire endeavor. And obviously the dissemination of information and viral social media, all this stuff. Did you say Colonel Towner? I think there's
Yes,
part of
sir,
that history I'm not
Colonel
familiar
Town.
with.
Yeah, Air Force Colonel Towner Watkins had. I put her posts up here on the banner. One of her posts, you could just type in Gladio Networks. She's a great reference. She's an admirable person. Spent years ahead of other people breaking down this structure. And these were stay behind units from German World War II. Dulles was included in it. I thought you were sourcing some of your research from her, but she sources books too. So you guys may have overlapped on certain literature that you sourced yourself from. But I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of people becoming more coherent about what took place before to bring us where we are now. But Colonel Towner Watkins, you'd appreciate it very much. Yeah, yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm familiar with Claudio. I know Sarah actually knows a lot about that stuff, but it's just not something that I've been able to properly sit down and process yet.
Yeah, and then something I'll throw in there that's incredibly relevant, and I should have brought this up when I was talking about Alan Dulles, but the core function of the Dulles power structure between the brothers, specifically John Foster Dulles and Alan Dulles, was the fact that John Foster Dulles was a patron of like the Masons and several other secret organizations, while Dulles was not. And he funneled that information to Dulles in an advantageous way that allowed him to play the groups against each other, and it caused these covert dynamics to merge and diverge from the Dulles brothers and their control over different circumstances.
I just want to clarify,
So
Michael, Alan Dulles versus John Foster. Just because
yeah.
We know Dulles is Alan Dulles, but just for anybody
Oh,
not as
my bad.
familiar.
I'm
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
sorry. I do that frequently. My bad. So yeah, Alan Dulles was a brother that was not He was not a patron of really like many or any secret organizations on the record, at least. And John Foster Dulles was the one that had a documented interest in like Masonry and not interest, membership in like Masonry. And it's largely postulated that that was a central component of their power structure in itself. That ability to be within covert networks that he wasn't technically in and get information from them when he needed it was a very important part to how they perpetuated their interests being above other groups' interests and how they force groups to align with each other even though they weren't in agreement. And this is also something that you can see very clearly in Dulles around Avery Dulles, because Avery Dulles left the Presbyterianism of the family and went and joined the Catholic Church, which John Foster Dulles' father was extremely upset about. But from the very start of Avery doing that, Alan Dulles was very supportive and continued speaking with him and continued engaging with him. And they had a close relationship for the rest of their life, to the point that Avery Dulles actually got Alan Dulles' armored car after Alan Dulles died. Which just, is pretty much the best example of a really close relationship that I can think of. And there's even some interesting stuff I could bring up about Avery Dulles during the war, but I'll just let people go look into that if they're curious, because it's certainly possible that he was involved with the Vatican intelligence network that was actively negotiating with Dulles, and that he chose to make a deal with in Switzerland, despite being a Presbyterian and thinking that the Vatican is the most evil organization on the planet. Like in his personal life, managing that asset, especially for the rest of his like American financial kind of brotherhood that was closest to him, was of the top priority, which is why he engaged in as deeply as he did. So, on that note, I'll just Nathan, if there's something you want to go ahead and ask.
Just quickly about the secret society angle. I think it's just an important mechanic to understand. This is the side network for managing the rest of the infrastructure. We don't have to worry too much about what they're doing or the exoticness of it or how they their plays and their activities. It's just a social side connection. And this, the Trilateral Commission would come after all of this. Of course, they're in the Skull and Bones. The, Bohemian Illuminati, May 1st, 1776. It's Freemasons, Jesuits, this Rothschild interests, et cetera, predates America. And so it's just to be understood as a place where you can work outside of the system to affect the system as you go back into it. It's just a point of demystification, I think, and effect of how it's effective and older than, again, Roswell.
Yeah, and I would also throw out there Opus Dei and Knights of Malta, which are, effectively connected to the Vatican. I just throw that out there.
And that's also something I forgot to mention about Donovan, now that I'm thinking about it, is that he was a member of the Knights of Malta. And going back to Pix's point about the differences between the different kind of secret groups, and as Nathan was saying, like the differences between these social groups is that one's like the Hospitallers of St. John, which has a lineage all the way back to the Crusades and that control mechanism. So the fact that expressed itself in World War II was not an accident by any means whatsoever. It was a natural expression of the fact that the power in the world that had been generated at that time was concentrated around especially Catholic networks that had the ability to have like a global intelligence apparatus before other religions or organizations had the full capability to do so.
Briefly, just if you don't mind, on the point, just the Knights Hospitalier, their technology was a credit system, and that was what was usurped back about 1100. And so you see the importance of banking all the way through this, the Medici, and then forward up to the robber barons and the Rothschild dynasties, and that the credit system, this goes to the Treaty of Versailles, it's a weapon. And that's a part of how to track this too, is looking at the interest and the banking scheme. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. And I've often thought about like how the way that that particular pope that started the Crusades, used that financial weapon to organize all of Europe under the banner of sending their young men to Jerusalem to kind of fulfill that prophecy, was as deeply as economic a function as it was a social function. And I think that dynamic is very clearly expressed in World War II, as especially the BIS became the ultimate arbiter of that situation of, you know, countries that are at war with each other needing to ultimately transact with each other and make transactions around each other that need to be non-political. That argument that banks should be above everything really took root during the World War II era and was codified into law, via the central banking system all across the world in a very standardized manner, to the point that that stranglehold very much continues in the exact same fashion that it did at the end of World War II. It's almost an exact lineup and continuation of that entire effort.
I love it.
And
It was for a reason called central banking, central intelligence, central command, and central casting. You have all of the structure you need to run any aspect of the world, and I love it how you brought that up. Thank you.
yeah, of course, it's like a super super important part of this, I think, and very undervalued um, in most people's understanding. They don't understand like how there is no need for really a conspiracy when financial interests align. And I think that that's like, rather than just being a cliche, it's an extremely powerful way to describe the reasoning that, colonialism has persisted in such a damaging manner is
I
specifically
love this
because of
guy.
that.
I love this guy, folks.
I think about this stuff all the time. This is like I work at a smoke shop. So I literally just have all the time in the world to sit around and think about the larger machinations of humanity. Not super busy in my like job, or if you want to call it quote unquote professional life. Um, and I find a lot of value and meaning in understanding these kind of concepts for myself and understanding the different elements of society and how they interlock. So I really appreciate the appreciation.
Yeah,
Um,
the most underestimated power is the power of focus. I can
yeah,
see your
and
focus.
and so speaking of that, let's get back to our focus here. Of kind of we'll finish up kind of about the 30s. I'm going to talk about just catch and carry neutrality real quick, and it kind of goes back to this conversation we were having with Pix about Donovan. Um, FDR's method of negotiating this landscape was allowing the financial elite to do what he knew he couldn't stop, but at least try to subvert them and slow them down in any way that he could imagine. And it was largely ineffectual because cash and carry neutrality essentially meant that, if a country was banned from being traded with, but they showed up with their own vessel and they paid cash, then it was kind of all good. And it's just like, it's really no worries. So that kind of persisted until open warfare in the 1939 era. And I just wanted to mention it because the only way, and I think I already mentioned this, the only way that German and Italian capability to do any of their colonial activities or land-based activities was the fact that Standard Oil was supporting their campaigns. If they hadn't been able to buy both technology and oil itself from Standard Oil, they would not have had the oil to support the 1936 campaign in Spain. Italy wouldn't have had the oil to do its meager military action in northern Africa. And just in general, we'd be looking at an entirely different legal landscape if of the war itself. It might have still happened, but it might have happened in a completely different fashion because that initial enabling. If say FDR was able to clamp down on the opposite of cash and carry neutrality, like as early as like 1933, this situation would be vastly different. And it was definitely American power specifically who was responsible for the buildup of the fascist regime in Italy and Germany through financial and economic means. Like if they hadn't supported it, it wouldn't exist. So this also kind of goes to the business plot, which was ironically planned around and subverted by Smedley Butler. And a really interesting thing about this is that Smedley Butler literally went to a journalist and broke this story before he ever went to any kind of congressional committee or whatsoever. He went to a reporter and spilled the beans. And, you know, obviously Smedley Butler is, I don't want to say a divisive figure in his own right, but he's a complicated figure in his own right. And I don't want to ascribe like support to his ideologies or anything. But that's one thing I really respect about this story is that he had respect for journalism and he had a deep know that the public deserved the right to be aware of this situation. And he operationalized that. So it's not something that people often do when they're in his circumstance, where they're surrounded by bloodthirsty bankers and people who would absolutely love to throw him out a window. And he had the bravery to you know get that information out to the public somehow. And I think that's a relevant message that we all need to kind of take in for today. You know, as we all kind of think about our own access to information and how that translates to what we should speak about in public, and so on and so forth. Flackenstein, if you want to go ahead and ask your question real quick.
More to just add on to it. Like I love Smedley Butler. Me and Nate actually did a few spaces covering this story, and I don't know if you know where he went after he was became a major general, but he wound up becoming a Philly police officer. Right, so this guy didn't believe things that were told to him. He like actually investigated the whole committee that was set up for the special commission, right, was completely corrupt, but the actions by the banks were so terribly against the interests of the U.S. that the commission couldn't even hide it, and they had to admit this is fucked up. So then by the time it made it to the president and he found out there was the military coup, it was so bad and so entrenched and also involved so many different countries, they decided to pull an Epstein and just brush it under the rug and go, you know what, this is something that people don't need to hear about. We fixed the problem, folks. We don't need to tell anybody about this until Smedley came out with the book, War is a Racket, which I read that. And then I also read all the court transcripts and his other book. Like, I don't know, he's a absolute hero.
Yeah, and in this situation too, it's fascinating how at every turn he was not able to be subverted from doing what he thought was right. And I'm not super familiar with his timeline or the granular information around the business plot. Kind of just more of a broad strokes kind of understanding of it, I guess. But yeah, I would definitely agree with the
Nah,
fact that
your opinion is spot the hell on. You know what I mean? You obviously read what you did and inferred the correct summarization of the problem there. So I
yeah,
agree with everything you said. I was just filling in a little bit of the blanks to just kind of like give him a bit more gravitas because he was a badass dude.
yeah.
Smedley was awesome.
I want to
Oh,
I want to chime in real quick here too. You know, when Michael and I first met a little over 2 years ago, and we're in a group chat with Chef Cruikshank and a few other people, starting to put together this timeline. I mean, the business plot at that point was completely new to us. And that was 2 years ago. And now we're talking about it in this space here. Some of you know a lot more about it than we do, obviously. And I'm seeing a lot more people on Reddit and on other spaces online talk about it and become more familiar with it as part of the foundation of where we've ended up now, in this sort of ongoing battle between capitalism and so-called socialism and all this stuff. And it does tie into this bigger picture of the breakaway civilization and who's in charge and what they want the world to look like. So I just want to say I'm happy that a lot more people are a lot more familiar with this stuff than we are, because the finding out alone about the business plot for us was this massive, massive deal. And now it sounds like it's become pretty commonplace knowledge. So thanks.
And another detail I'll just throw out there about the Italian side of the business plot actually is Thomas Lamont, member of, I believe, either Morgan. I think worked with the Morgan family. I'm pretty sure. I might have that wrong. It might be the Rockefellers, but it's so hard to keep everybody's affiliation straight all the time. But either way, he was an extreme Italophile, and he was a big, 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 big fan of Mussolini, and went to great lengths to kind of connect the power structure of Italy to America somehow. And it's especially interesting that Thomas Lamont would later go on to directly deal with like the Vatican Bank and other very interconnected like financial networks for all this stuff. And the way that no one ever really saw any actual consequences for the business plot itself, like the people who planned it, like say, I like to say typically Thomas Lamont and Alan Dulles, probably like the number two suspects for like people who were doing most of the planning and organizing. But just the way that they were not able to be usurped as even before the war deeply demonstrates like how they had already captured so many different elements of society financially and were controlling those mechanisms effectively through their kind of like individual mechanisms that like even when when the United States Congress bumped up against it, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like get this whole place uh, like totally taken out. So we're gonna need to just like not go into this pretty much. And it's definitely a seminal kind of baseline of the American fascist story, and like the people who are behind that transitioning into supporting Germany and Italy as a bulwark against communism was an extremely common idea amongst the American elite.
Yeah,
Um,
and I just
yeah,
wanted to really quick just add to that. It's fascinating how our history books teach us that World War II was just the Nazis. They did all of this. It was their rise to power. Hitler was at the helm, when in fact, this fascist regime was throughout the world, and it was elevated with certain intelligence groups and the wealthy elite, which is exactly what the Maynard Consortium, the World, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on it. Sorry, the World Commerce Corporation is alluding to, is that you know it's a giant ring of mafioso power. I would even go as to say, and it never ended. It wasn't like, oh, we won World War II, we beat the British. I mean the Germans, and then all is good. Everything was great. Everyone came home. Baseball became baseball again, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't. It was this hidden um, power struggle that, inevitably kept going, and we are seeing not the remnants of that. We are seeing I would say, the bold structures of what they built from today, just as throwing that out there.
Well, and
yeah,
Uh,
the big thing that we're all going after here and learning about, I mean, Sarah, I remember John Ramirez bringing this up in our space a year ago, is that, and I've learned, I mean, there's even crazy stuff I learned the last couple of days, is how much the Nazi influence held over the formation of the CIA and the formation of the US post World War II. I mean, that's really the giant, on top of all this UFO technology, all this other shit, the fact that, Richard Galen and his network and Otto Skorzeny and World Commerce Corporation. You know, the fact that all of this is tied back to agreements made between people like Alan Dulles and obviously all the big paperclip Sunrise shit that we all know. You know, the agreements that we made to continue on a Nazi power, you know, and all this Fourth Reich stuff. Picks, I know you're very familiar with this, probably a lot of the rest of you are, but, you know, Joseph Farrell, a few other folks, I mean, they've been writing about this for decades, and people thought it was too crazy. And now suddenly we're realizing that it's not that crazy. It's actually true. And that's the thing that we're addressing is that, yeah, there's some other non-human intelligence that's here as well, and they don't seem to interfere too much. But on a human level, we're supposed to be a democracy and supposed to have a say in our future, and that means, you know, not living under the order of fascism and Nazi rule. And I think this also plays into exactly what's happening right now, as you know, Trump and this administration are just kind of falling apart. The Epstein component of it, all of it, you know, this is what we're addressing is like the Nazi component in all of this.
Yeah, great points. I really quick, if it's okay with you, Michael. Guy has been up on the stage for a while. He's a fantastic researcher as well. I'd love to go to his hand, and then Flack, if you wanted to add into that. But I do want to eventually go round back to your document, if that's okay. But Guy, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, really good space. I just wanted to jump in there with the Alan Dulles stuff. Yeah, the research that I've done is linking Alan Dulles to the negotiating the surrender of Germany in World War II, like in 1943, and then that's what led to Hitler being targeted for assassination, and then Hitler was apparently shipped out of the country to Argentina, and then to Antarctica, to New Schwabenland, and there's like I can't remember where it was, but there's even links to Himmler going to Argentina on his own for 2 weeks in 1943, which is crazy. But like even the Operation High Jump is what gets me. Is like the 5,000 people that sent there, and how it turned around. And Admiral Byrd was like just after that, after they came back and he spoke in the El Mercurio, I think it was, about how they should be worried about like jets and craft being able to go pole to pole in no time, and he was sat on it. He was then put on the sidelines for ages, and there's so many letters from Alan Dulles from Admiral Byrd to Alan Dulles about how he can help, how he can join in, how he can support what they're doing, and how, you know what I mean? It was one of the biggest pioneers and explorers in the world, and he was just sidelined. And then 1957, he was sent back, and then he passed away in 1957 after he filmed himself jettisoning like stuff out the window, which they claimed that he did to have enough petrol to go over when he went inside the earth, apparently. But the one that always gets me as well is that the general Patton, after the war, he was standing up and saying that the wrong side won, and he was speaking out loud, and then he was paralyzed, and then died in hospital a few days later by a car crashing into another on a crossing. It was a very strange one, and it goes to the JFK and James Forrestal as well. JFK was in Germany with James Forrestal at World War II because JFK was a hero. He saved his whole command when they were torpedoed, and swam and saved a few of the guys, and yeah, he went to Germany with James Forrestal, but James Forrestal wanted to speak out about things, and they committed him, said he was crazy, and then he was murdered. And he didn't commit suicide. There's evidence that was like overlooked. There was glass on the bed, blood on the bed. It was totally overlooked. You know what I mean? And it's that's the mad thing. These people are coming out, speaking out so blatantly about it, but the real people who've come out and spoke out about it, they are gone. They don't last, and that's what you need to think about. It is a government led plot, but and plan, and the reason I think for it all is to just get the intelligence back, because the America, they privatized their war machine, and they sold it off, and then they lost control of it, and you know what I mean. It's you're still led under the illusion that they're still the dominant power, but China, Russia, the whole BRICS side of things, and the G7, the E7 taking over the G7. It's all happening. But I'm going to stop speaking now because I'm just blabbering on. But yeah, it's a brilliant space, Sarah. Thank you very much for that.
I want to chime in again real quick. Jumping off that, Forrestal was killed 4 days after the initial test at Battelle of the Roswell alloys that led to nitinol, and a month before, von Braun and his paperclip scientists were set up at Redstone Arsenal.
Yeah, did you know he was also given the all clear like 3 weeks before he died? He was given he was given like sane, but he was still locked up.
Yeah, Vannevar Bush's driver was the one who picked him up from his home and brought him to the hospital.
Great comment, Sky. Really appreciate you for all that stuff. And something I just wanted to throw in there about the Antarctica stuff is, and Craig knows a lot more about this than I do. But nuclear propulsion, one of the only ways that it's ever been applied is for icebreaker ships that go to Antarctica, into like in a sort of like commercial like application. It is one of the earliest. I don't want to say one of the only, but one of the earliest ways that it's been directly used for any sort of propulsion. And I don't think that that's like an accident in light of the Admiral Byrd stuff. And I've always thought that the way that nations are able to maintain an internationalist agreement with each other to be able to maintain the infrastructure of Antarctica is deeply connected and related to the way that the central banking system of each country kind of works together to hold those countries hostage. So I think it's very accurate to say that like the Americans end up kind of creating something that they lost control of and are now politically trying to like retain that control in whatever way they possibly can. Obviously we're seeing that kind of like fail and fall apart as very frequently. I don't know how much people around pay attention to the news, but the more you do, the more clear it is that all this stuff is just going to fucking hell.
Yeah, well, in 2011, when Russia and China gave Iran their area denial technology system in exchange for like creating drone technology for them, because Iran are the leading like creators of drone technology. Within a couple of months, they'd hacked the GPS and set up a dummy drone and took control of an RQ-170 Dark Star drone, a stealth drone, and then like took control of it, landed it, had China and Russia come in, and then paraded it on Al Jazeera before America even knew that it wasn't in the hangar. So they hacked the drone operator, hacked his flight screen. So he was seeing that like the flight route that the drone was actually should be taking, and they landed it. And then that was when America was like, oh shit, how long have they been able to do that? How long have they been able to just get in our systems, feed us false intel, everything like that? Because from World War II up until Iraq, the A-12, the Archangel, that was the first thing from the CIA was using to get the intel for all of the operations they were doing, the Bay of Pigs, Korea, all of the ones where they could go in, take the infrastructure of the drug trafficking networks and the human trafficking networks, the intelligence networks, take them over completely, and then integrate them into their own their own intelligence network into the CIA, and they've been doing that for years. And they're not able to do that anymore because they can't just go in and go and parade anywhere they want, because if Iran, well, just the MH370, just for an example, America had nothing to do with that. That was fully China. I reckon China took control of that and landed that just like they did with the RQ-170 Dark Star drone. It makes complete sense. You know what I mean? It's but I'm going to stop talking anyway.
That's all good, Guy. I appreciate and agree with a lot of the points that you're making. And I think that, yeah, like the relevant dynamics there, something I always think about when thinking about China and Russia is like the China lobby of like the 1800s and 1900s, and then like subsequently like prohibition, and then the rise of authoritarianism in both of those places, and like how, while not Western backed, I certainly think there's evidence to suggest that creating a a conflict with two poles between the two different types of authoritarianism is an intentional dynamic cultivated by Earth's elite. So I'll just kind of leave that there. Elections or picks, if you want to go ahead and ask your next, and then we'll do D.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I really appreciate y'all talking about Forrestal again. To me, this is a through line. Look, they took out Forrestal for the reasons I stated, and it would have exposed the genesis of this Fourth Reich association with the American power elite. And you mentioned Farrell. Joe has done some great work, but don't forget Jim Mars. Jim Mars was really on this before even Joseph was. But this is a reality. And the point I'm getting at is these people he was so highly decorated, so well respected. This guy was an absolute superstar. And he was rocked by Forrestal was rocked by all of this information. He was absolutely worn out, emotionally drained. And it's like they would take out their best and their brightest to keep this matter secret. And this is where I think MJ kind of changed this entire, internal mentality about what it could do and get away with. And it was off to the races after that with Dulles leading the charge. So to me, this is the through line. It's all about energy. It's all about propulsion, who controls it, and the secret elites that are behind the scene that are really doing this, and they will do anything. Last quick point is I've always been a proponent of high jump and the whole, New Schwabenland, Antarctica story. But I'm having some questions about that lately, just FYI. I'm not saying it's wrong, but all the boats, all the naval material was accounted for on the return. So the stories that somehow they lost a bunch of, ships is not accurate unless they cook the records. I didn't check into the planes. So anyway, everybody should approach that with a little bit of caution. We like to get involved and think that everything has got a conspiracy behind it, and maybe it does. But this one has got some questions in my mind now. Great space, guys. This is awesome. I will get back to cutting wood.
Super appreciate your picks. Great comment. Okay, I think we had somebody else, but they left.
I'm bringing Doomer up. I also really quick as Doomer is getting into the space, Michael. I just wanted to look at the time, make sure that you and Craig are okay, and we might have to do a part two. I'm feeling like this is an important thing to discuss, but I mean, totally up to you on where you are, and then we'll go to Doomer.
So I don't actually have work till 4, so I'm good for now. And yeah, we can roll until the wheels fall off, I guess.
Fantastic. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, I love this conversation. I have to be really honest. I'm totally nerding out. I've been looking forward to today.
Same. It's definitely it's a huge pressure relief valve for me as well. Like having all this in my brain and getting to be in an environment where I can finally just kind of dish everything out. Feels very gratifying because and it makes me feel whole because that's why I'm doing all this, is to open source information, open source understanding, and lead people to the kind of knowledge and the knowledge springs that I find myself drinking from. So, D, if you want to go ahead.
And then also, I think we lost Craig, so we'll try and bring him back. And yeah, Doomer,
Oh,
welcome to the space.
his phone might have died. Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for holding the space, Sarah. And I'm gonna have to play back the recording. But did Samosa say anything about whether there was a connection between the 1933 Magenta case and the technology transfer and Hitler and UFOs, and maybe a connection to the Thule Gesellschaft or the Vril Society?
Not that I can remember. Where were you this morning, Doomer, with your questions?
Oh, I had the
Yeah,
time
Doomer.
wrong. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Unbelievable. Well, I think that he had a good time with us. So I believe what it looks like his part 2 of his episode um, will. I mean, those were all really great questions. Be dropping maybe in a couple of weeks. So I believe he'll join us again for another Q&A, and you'll have to join then and ask your question, which I would love to hear the answer to.
So,
Totally fair.
and
Go ahead.
to maybe even just a potential answer to your question, it's a central intelligence figure for the Nazis that I saw emerging shortly after the 1933 crash was actually Eugen Dolman. And I don't know if you've ever heard of that guy, but
No, I haven't.
dude,
How is Eugen spelled?
EUGEN
Okay.
DOLLMANN.
Okay.
And
Is he a German?
yeah, he was a Nazi. He was an SS member. And he was also central to the Sunrise negotiations and to the Ciano diaries, which we'll talk about. And it's fascinating because Ciano would have been the Italian who was directly managing the 1933 craft. And he was directly and intimately involved in Galizio Ciano's execution. So that's something that we'll get to here in a while, and I'll talk some more about Eugen Dolman. But just a real quick, I know that he was in Italy as early as 1935, working for the German press office, and it's long been speculated by me that one of the core motivations of that was to ascertain exactly what the Italians were doing with RS-33 and get that information back to Hitler.
Okay, so there is some sort of connection between the Magenta crash and Hitler. There's at least like one bridge that we know of.
Oh, at least, yeah, and it's very easy to imagine that Germany would have been factions within Germany would have been similarly informed of what's going on with the Italians due to the American elite being informed because of their close association. So it's quite possible that that information instantly bled along the lines. It became kind of a global open secret amongst the different factions of the global financial elite.
And
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Magenta was coming up to the stage. I don't know if he was here for my question, but basically, I'm asking, what do we know about? Because I know very little about the Magenta crash, but it seems like there's no way there was a coincidence between Nazis working on UFOs and Die Glocke and a Magenta crash in 1933, right around the time Hitler comes to power. Right? It seems like there's no way that's a coincidence. And so
Yeah,
I wanted to know
I
the
have an answer
connection.
for you.
Thank you so much.
Our friend Jeff Cruikshank, some of you may know, pretty well known researcher at this point. Been on with Ross Coulthart and others a lot. Got his own Substack. Sorry, I'm in a laundromat. There's a book by Bernardo Keefe, who was the CEO of EG&G. We know that name as, the folks behind Area 51, Los Alamos, etc. So he knew all the physicists, knew their work very well. He wrote a book called Nuclear Hostages. I don't remember when it came out, 60s or 70s, I think. But there's a quick mention in there that Enrico Fermi, who supposedly was the one who put Guglielmo Marconi in charge of RS-33, to research the magenta craft, that he started his discovery of the weak particle, which the neutrino basically, which led to the discovery of fission in 1938, that it was delayed on purpose by a supernatural force. And Bernard O'Keefe says this specifically in Nuclear Hostages. And so the discovery came about in 1934. It was the same time that deuterium was discovered. Deuterium is central in the process of nuclear fission, and deuterium tritium is sort of the holy grail of nuclear fusion. Sorry for the physics tangent there, but there was Bernard O'Keefe directly mentions that there's appeared to be a higher force in play that made sure that the Germans didn't have their hands on fission technology that would have led to the bomb.
That's
Yeah,
fascinating.
yeah,
Okay, and his name was and Enrico Fermi. Is that the same Fermi as the coiner of the Fermi paradox?
yeah. And I'm pretty sure that was a joke because he said that in 1960 on a walk with Edward Teller and two other scientists who I don't know. But a lot of us also know that Edward Teller was supposedly in charge of the UFO program and maybe hired Bob Lazar and Boyd Bushman and these other folks. But Teller knew, Fermi knew, and maybe these other two guys they were with did not know. And literally, it was like an offhand comment, like, if aliens are real, where are they? Where is everybody? And that became
Wow.
this giant Fermi paradox thing that everyone carries around now, like this peer review bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a joke. So yeah.
And yeah, I believe you there. I hate the way that people just bought into the Fermi paradox. Last question. What was the guy's name? Well, this isn't the question, but what was the guy with the last name Keith? First name was
So it's Bernard O'Keefe. It's a book called Nuclear Hostages.
okay.
He was the CEO of EG&G, so he knew all of those guys. Fermi, all the guys working at Area 51, Los Alamos, etc., Oppenheimer. He knew all of them. He understood their work completely. He makes a comment in there that Fermi's work on the weak particle was specifically, it seemed as if it was specifically delayed by a supernatural force so that the Germans didn't get their hands on the fission technology before the Italians. And
Okay,
yeah,
that's fascinating. And my question is, how to what extent what would Bernard O'Keefe say as to whether there was extraterrestrial help for the Manhattan Project?
uh, no, he didn't say anything directly. That's the most direct thing he said. But my understanding is that my big understanding, I've written a lot about this with the help of Jeff Cruikshank and some of you know Missile Man on here, help me understand some of the physics. My understanding is that Enrico Fermi's uh, discovery of fission came from the fusion propulsion drive in the magenta crash, in the craft, sorry. But he couldn't make sense of it. So he got as far as the weak particle. And in 1938, as he was traveling to the U.S., immigrating to the U.S., following the racial laws in Italy, it was a team of Germans who discovered fission as they were replicating his work. And then he got to the U.S. He was informed of the discovery by Niels Bohr. They held a conference a few weeks later. It was this massive deal in the scientific community. And he took his work at fission with him to the Manhattan Project to build the bomb. And all of this time, we've understood fission and we've been chasing fusion. And it seems like right now we're getting pretty close to fusion.
And what was Niels Bohr's discovery? Does it matter, or that was just the occasion for them to
It
meet?
wasn't Niels Bohr's discovery. It was these three German scientists during the Christmas holiday of 1938. But Fermi happened to be on a boat coming to America with his family because of the racial laws. And as soon as he got to America, the first person he met up with was Niels Bohr, who informed him of the discovery. And then they held this conference at I think the end of the month, the end of January. All of this is like public record. You can find any of this.
Thanks so much. But you don't know what
Yeah.
the discovery was that he informed him about.
No, the discovery was of fission,
Oh, it was the fission. Okay,
nuclear
awesome.
fission. Yeah. And one other thing I want to throw in here also thanks to Jeff Cruikshank, is that as the Italians were doing their work, I mean, none of this was, explicitly about the Magenta crash, obviously, but about their understanding of neutrinos and weak particle and later fission. The Germans wouldn't touch it because they considered it Jew science. And this is also on record. You can find any of this. And so, literally, because this science had gotten into the hands of Italian scientists who were Jewish, the Germans wouldn't go near it. And so, post World War II, the Magenta craft goes, maybe to Wright Patterson and then somewhere else, maybe Oak Ridge. You have Alan Dulles setting up this back channel with Paperclip and Sunrise because the best he could do was German rocketry, because nobody could figure out how the Magenta craft actually worked because they couldn't understand fusion.
Wow, thank you so much, man. That really helps.
And
Yeah,
also, even to go a little further with that too, it's highly possible that the only actual reason why so many Nazis actually got their asses saved, even though it was so politically disadvantageous, was the ability to trade around and maneuver around with Italian specifically information about this crash and its research and the research that they did into it. It's definitely something that had the potential to be seized, at least to a degree, to even perhaps a large degree, by the Germans while they were in Italy, and then in turn used in their negotiations with Americans. So just throw that out there and let them.
So they traded disclosure for amnesty.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And and this is, in my opinion, this is exactly why you have Alan Dulles running around like a chicken with his head cut off during the Nuremberg trials, trying to save all these people that he knew were going to end up being two-faced whatevers, is probably because Wolf and Kesselring held that information and were trying to save their faction from the Nuremberg trials, and they were largely successful. There's a lot of instances where Alan Dulles was able to give false information to Robert Jackson and deeply influence the proceedings of the Nuremberg trials themselves. And he did so both positively and negatively to kind of create a landscape that he controlled, even going as far as to provide testimony against Ribbentrop so that the factions against him could be strengthened in the post-war.
Wow, thanks so much, man.
And then elections, if you want to go ahead. I mean, picks.
Yeah, I'll be quick on that last point. Don't forget about Galen and Kamler. I think they had a big influence on all that process.
That reminds me, was it you who told me that there's some kind of connection between Dolman and Kamler?
No, no, I don't think so. And I'm trying to remember if you referenced that what you said about Hugh Angleton. I don't know that I've ever made that statement. You may have misunderstood something. But anyway, let me get back to the point here. If I can remember what I was going to say.
So sorry. Something about Kamler.
No, it's okay. No. Yeah. Doomer, I don't, and the Fermi thing too. That tracks with what I understand. My understanding is that in the research that he did when he was involved, when it was in Italy, there was a seed of some sort that was kind of planted, and they didn't make full, sense of it all. But that kind of tracks with something that I'd heard. But anyway, the biggest point I wanted to make was, in talking about this, it's not a German connection, Doomer, but it's a definitive, point that I think maybe solidifies kind of the stuff we're talking about. John Warner has said in a couple of interviews that he saw a picture, I think, that his father had that had Alan Dulles on top of the craft when it was actually recovered in that same frame.
Wait, the Magenta craft?
We have.
Oh my
Yes.
When was the craft?
When
was it?
I'll find the interview and get it to you. I'll find the interview.
And I know these are really basic questions, but when was it? It was the Vatican that first received the craft, right? And then it was transferred after World War II? Do we know the
No, I can
date
give
and the
you
circumstance?
I can give you the timeline. This is my one of my
Okay,
fortes.
well, let me finish real quickly on this, and then
Yeah,
you
sorry.
can go back and forth. The point being is that Dulles has been in on this from the
Yeah,
jump. This is the golden goose of all of it. Has been since day one. Dulles is the central player in the spider's web, in my opinion. And there's an actual photograph that's showing that he was involved early on when that craft was
that's the first I've
recovered.
heard of that,
And I
and
think
that's
that's an
incredible.
amazing. I'll find it and send it to you.
Okay, so I can give you the timeline of the recovery because I've spent a lot of time working on this, and it's part of a much larger story. Obviously, this all is. Um, and this was backed up by Eric Davis and Ross Coulthart in interviews back in, I don't know, January, February, something like that. I have all this stuff posted on my Stupid Medium account. So the in early May, May 10th, there were a lot of discussions taking place. James
What year? What
Angleton,
year, Craig?
19. So this is May 10th, 1944. A lot more history to this. I won't go into it, but I have written all about it. Um, uh, Frank Knox, the Secretary of the Navy, had died. James Forrestal was nominated to be the new Secretary of the Navy. He was Undersecretary at that point, close friends with FDR and JFK. So he goes in May 10th. May 10th, James Angleton writes a memo ensuring that the Italians would be supreme allies for the United States. And as Michael found, I think it was that same day that Karl Wolff met with the Pope and agreed to surrender the Sarate bunker where the craft was maybe being held, along with a lot of other anomalous material. This has been backed up to us by Pinotti, by the mayor of San Oreste, etc. They all know about all this stuff. So June 4th, 1944 is the liberation of Rome. Donovan and that army, Fifth Army, they clear out Anzio Beach. They cleared a direct line to Rome and passed it to Sarate bunker. The next day, June 5th, June 6th, they push up to France. We have D-Day, everyone knows, Saving Private Ryan, etc. Perfect cover to remove UFO. June 6th. We have this on record. It doesn't say a UFO. It just, we know there's things being transferred. And this was reported on by Chris Sharp, thanks to Jeff Cruikshank. This is in Donovan's records, his OSS World War II records that are in his estate at the Carlisle Barracks, Army Barracks in Pennsylvania. Our friend Kelly Hughes went and visited it. She digitized a lot of these records. We published a lot of this stuff. Those records were sanitized by the CIA the day before Trump first took office in 2017. That's how important all this stuff is. They knew there was something there, right? This is all there. You can find all of this. I'll send links later. Anyway, June 6th to June 21st, the craft is being transferred. A number of things are being taken place. Forrestal, all of these guys, Vannevar Bush, they all thought that was going to be the end of the war. June 21st, we have the first meeting involving the United States Scientific Future Post-War. James Forrestal meets with his publisher for his memoirs. He gives a speech on the military might of the Navy. Professor Carla Pelosi, whose electromagnetic work was central to the weaponry of the Italians and the Nazis before the U.S. got their hands on him. Another long story. Anyway, the craft was transferred as part of the liberation of Rome. That was the whole point of the liberation of Rome. It's transferred between June 6th and June 21st, 1944. And we've built the entire bubble around that scenario that just shows that there's a massive hidden asset in the middle of all of it. All of these meetings taking place. There were, uh, June 16th, 17th, 18th at MIT, which is where Vannevar Bush was head of the radiation laboratory, the Rad Labs, along with John G. Trump, who had all of Tesla's stuff. There was a 3-day conference regarding advanced electronics in aeronautics, something like that. I might have the title a little bit wrong. That took place at MIT in the middle of this transfer. Like everybody was getting ready for this thing to show up to the U.S. shores, and then there is record of a shipment showing up to the West Coast of the United States of advanced material involving Professor Carlo Colosi, this Italian scientist whose electromagnetic work was ahead of everybody's on the planet. That's all there. It all exists. Like we found the whole thing. We just don't have like the memo that says, "Here you go. Here's the UFO." If you
And
posted, our friend MJ Logic posted in the last week a number of other materials on his Substack about memos that were taking place also around that time regarding the transfer of material. So,
and what are the circumstances around the first retrieval of magenta in 1933 by the Italian military? Like, do we know anything around the circumstances? Like, somebody calls and says, like, I think there's a UFO. Military finds out.
no,
So
so the
I'm
only
glad. No, wait, I'm glad you asked about
no,
this.
Michael can do this. Sorry.
So yeah, because I'm glad you asked this because this is really a really important question because the way that the Italian media worked at the time, Mussolini, even though he didn't have a direct loyalist in the Italian press minister position, he was pressuring that position with his son-in-law Ciano all the time because his son-in-law Ciano was young, he was a socialite, he was he was an international diplomat, so on and so forth. And so he was, for lack of a better term, just much more popular than Mussolini amongst his keys to power. Like in Italian society in general, people saw him as the number two to Mussolini. And at that specific moment, the Magenta crash, Ciano happened to be at a economic conference in London, participating in it in some degree, representing Italy. And so it's actually my theory that the press minister that he replaced right after was because of their inability to actually control the situation around the fact that there had been a security situation in this specific place and time. Like they weren't able to prevent the knowledge of it from being destroyed because it was too widely disseminated an event at that moment. Because Ciano was not there to clamp down on the press minister, his name was Gaetano Polverelli, and he was not able to really like contain that specific situation. Shortly after, like a couple months afterwards, Ciano becomes the press minister and replaces Gaetano Polverelli. So it's quite possible that the only reason that we know about this specific crash is because Mussolini's power structure was not quite updated to the point to be able to prevent knowledge of it from slipping internationally, which it did. And immediately Mussolini started getting pressure from all directions, including the Vatican, to handle this situation in whatever way each individual wanted him to handle it. And at this point, he would have been in contact with everybody just as a world leader. So the pressure that was immediately put upon him to either make it secret, keep it from so and so, or do this or that, it would have been immediate, potentially because that Ciano wasn't there to manage the press situation as this event happened. And it's interesting because there was like, and Pinotti brings this up a little bit about the old 1933 newspapers, that there's articles where they explain like aloud, like they make a whole article with a lightning strike explaining how like lightning strikes can be really loud. And it's just like when you read it, it's in that tone of like kind of like a threat of like, it was a lightning strike, don't worry about it kind of deal. Like, so I think that there's pretty good evidence to suggest that Mussolini's regime was not quite capable of managing a security situation of that severity, and it showed by the fact that pretty much all the foreign intelligence that they could get their hands on essentially got knowledge of this happening, and it happened fast, and all of a sudden everybody's on everybody's ass. And Mussolini's like, oh fuck.
Any thoughts on whether the true retrieval date or impact or crash date was June 13th versus April 11th, and whether any of the two Nordic pilots were alive?
So that's like, it's just a sourcing thing of like, who do you want to pay attention to as a source and who has the more likelihood to have the correct information. We've typically kind of just paid more attention to the Pinotti side of things. If I understand it correctly, that other date is from a different source. So, and I'm not necessarily familiar with that. We're definitely going to have to
So
understand
which
where
of the
that
two
I've
came
dates?
only heard
from. If
Graham
you know.
Rendell talk about the April 11th date, and I don't know where he got it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is that we haven't been able to ascertain like kind of exactly where that comes from or like who's um, the progenitor of that information. Not like with the Pinotti stuff, where we know who did the work and we know who's making the claim, and so we can kind of build like a personality and network connection to their claims in that way. But like with that other stuff, and if there is it, I would be open to it. We could research it, but I just haven't seen it yet myself.
And what about the Nordic pilots? I mean, nobody talks about the bodies.
That comes from a bad source, possibly. And Michael knows more about that, but there's no. Grush said there were no bodies, but I will say that we did a space that Sarah hosted almost exactly a year ago with Vincenzo Pinelli, who is another Italian researcher, close friends with Roberto Pinati. He told us in that space a year ago that Strate Bunker was Italy's Area 51, and they had the Magenta UFO, they had other materials that maybe was an earlier UFO, and that when the Americans recovered Magenta and this other anomalous material, they did recover bodies. And I had somebody reach out to me in the last few months on Reddit whose grandfather was in World War II in Italy and said that he saw bodies while he was there. So I
Are,
don't have any evidence, but this is sort of the back and forth of all this stuff.
yeah, fair enough. But are you guys aware of the connection between Nordic swastikas and Hinduism and Nazism?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
obviously that would be significant for that reason, but obviously there's just right now there's no credible or really compelling information to show like any of that being reality, as far as I know.
And any ideas on the shape of the craft, because it's reported as cylinder or cigar shaped and also bell shaped.
It was so Grush. I watched this again last night. The clip popped up for me. Lenticular disc, but when it crashed, it was damaged, and so it was more bell or acorn shaped. That was specifically what he said. I just saw this again last night in his interview on Rogan. So there were pieces of it that were recovered. It wasn't just the one big craft. But he said basically it was a disc that had kind of pushed into itself, as far as I understand.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. So not really cigar shaped, right?
Not cigar shape. So the cigar shape was a drawing that was made, I don't know by whom, but it was in the telegrams that Roberto Pinati received in 1996 by Ida Ciano's grandson, I think it was. And that was from a sighting in 1936. There were really all of those telegrams were about how there were a number of sightings taking place at the time. But the one, you can look up Roberto Pinati, Daily Mail. They cover this when he came forward, after Grush came forward. In 36, they specifically drew in these telegrams a cigar-shaped releasing disc-shaped UFOs.
I know I should know this, but why did this end up in the hands of the Vatican?
So that has an interesting story behind it, I think. And it actually goes to Galeccio Ciano's story. So when he stood against Mussolini in the fascist Grand Council, and voted against him or whatever, and essentially ended his government, Mussolini arrested him eventually, but didn't quite react in a super certain manner at first. At first, he actually fired him, and made him the ambassador to the Vatican for Italy. So I've always read that as that, like, that was the Vatican's way of protecting him in that moment, or exploring the possibility of protecting him like they did a bunch of other war criminals. And I guess they just decided ultimately with Ciano that it was not worth it, and decided to not save him because he was later executed. But Ciano, during that time, having been the connective tissue for Mussolini on these secret projects and leading them, would have had the capability to bust and tell the entire story to anybody who wanted it at the Vatican, pretty much. And so he probably did, is what I think. And then that firmly is in the middle of 1943, as all this other chaos around Italy is happening, thrust the Vatican into the middle of this equation of where this information went, how it was distributed, and who knew about it and why, all this different stuff. And it became kind of like an uncontrolled situation. Perhaps the only reason why it's made it all the way out to the public sphere today is that, like, that information that Ciano gave to the church would have been extremely difficult for even the church to properly control the way it was distributed. So, yeah, that's why I think the Vatican was deeply involved with this retrieval and just the information about the craft itself. And then they were also in direct contact with the JCS through the McGregor Project, in which there's telegrams showing that they, like, begged the JCS to invade north of Rome as, like, the first thing that they did. Like, not like have it be like a blitz where they just took the north of Rome instantly. It was like, it was their priority. That area that the Sorate bunker was in, and that Kesselring was going to eventually depart. It was critical for them that stop, and that they get him out of there. So these issues kind of became interconnected as the Nazis extended their influence over the situation and were able to kind of use their security services controlling the Pope and the circumstances around the Pope to, like, get a hold of the Ciano diaries, which were held by Etta Ciano, his wife, after he eventually got arrested. And that's we can get into all that, but that's going to be a longer conversation. So,
And
I want
on the
to
timeline, do
and
we
I
know
want to
when? Go
get
ahead.
into
Sorry.
that, but we just got to go through some other stuff, like,
No,
first. So I don't want to ramble forever.
no, that's totally fair. I just wanted to know: do we know when it was transferred over to the Vatican, and whether it was the Vatican's military or whether the Italian military was complicit in do we have any idea when that happened?
So I'll chime in real quick. My understanding is that it was initially housed at the Marchietti airfield. That's one story. UP, our friend, Gerb, UAP Gerb covered that. I've heard another story that there was an airfield built where it crashed because they couldn't transport it. I mean, it was 1933. We didn't have, like, big trucks yet or anything. So you've got this, 30-foot craft. Who knows how much it weighed? But it was stored somewhere in an airfield for a while. Giuliano Marconi, after he refused to turn over his death ray to Mussolini, died. Whether he was killed or not, who knows? But he died in 1937, and right after he died, construction began on the Sorate bunker. They planned to go, I think it was something like 14 kilometers, only got about 4 kilometers in, but that was where they housed the craft and this other material. There were training facilities inside. But basically, it opened, or it was serviceable in 1939 as World War II was being kicked off. And so the Vatican never had it, basically. The Vatican was just controlling the intelligence around it. But
What?
RS-33 were the ones who were researching this. As Michael knows more than me, Galeazzo Ciano was in charge of putting together RS-33, keeping tabs on RS-33, and on top of his other intelligence duties. And yeah, I mean, the Vatican knew about the whole thing. They didn't have it. It wasn't kept at the Vatican. They just have the
Wow.
records.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's wild. Okay, I thought they had it like in their library next to everything
No,
else.
no, no. So that's not, yeah, that's totally the wrong way to think about it. And it's even crazier than that because, you know, Kesselring takes over the Sarate bunker. So what does that really mean? Like that's why Kesselring fucking went to the Vatican, dude, in my opinion. Like it's pretty clear to me that the Vatican got put in between a rock and a hard place in this situation specifically because they knew that the Germans, like, doing whatever that they were going to do with the technology was unacceptable. They knew that they kind of wanted to make a deal. Like they knew that, like, you know, there was all these machinations at play. Like, for instance, in 1944, it would have been the July 20th plot was brewing, like at the end of 1943, when all this would have been under really heavy consideration by the OSS. And yeah, it's just pretty much almost unavoidable that the OSS had to negotiate with Kesselring at the bunker in order to get the craft. It's possible that the craft itself was even the actual show of good faith that was at the start of the Sunrise negotiations. And so there's a little bit of debate about when exactly those start and when exactly the networks form. But considering that there's a whole layer of intelligence that's just like mouth to ear and no one else involved, you have to consider that, like, more extensive back channels, especially centering around Alan Dulles, are certainly likely, considering his super deep meetings and happens with the German banking infrastructure, especially at the BIS. He was doing that in Switzerland all the time. So, yeah, and I think that you could even posit that the Sorate bunker holding this special stuff and having all this material and being able to capture that from the Italians, as much of it that they were able to capture, no matter really what it was became that faction of Nazis' strongest advantage against the Americans. And this is also happens to be the group of people who saw the most egregious plots to have their life saved or whatever. Like Eugen Dolman and Kesselring, if you look into their stories at all about what their jail sentence was like or what was going on with that situation, it's just so abundantly clear that whatever leverage they had, it was abundant and they were using it to full effect because they were able to protect themselves to a absolutely shocking degree of, like, in the case of Eugen Dolman, multiple fake identities provided by the Vatican to get him out of jail for being a fucking Nazi war criminal. Like, multiple times, James Angleton personally intervened for Dolman specifically to keep him out of jail and to keep whatever deal they had as a cohort going. So there's actually some really strong evidence that the Sunrise negotiations behind the scenes was a very different picture than what's kind of historically posited today. And the centering dynamic around that is Galeazzo Ciano and his story. And once you kind of reconcile the two and you really think about the interconnectivity in those networks, and especially the possibility that Ciano was openly an Allied spy for much of the Mussolini regime, which there's some documentation to support, but obviously human intelligence stuff would still be classified until the 30s if Galeazzo Ciano was like the 40s. And if he was a human intelligence asset of the OSS, they may not release that information, like, until 2040, which is kind of the policy around some things of such sensitive nature. Or it might be their plan right now, or kind of the excuse that they're making to not cover this historical situation. So
Thanks so much.
that's a crash course in the Ciano stuff. We'll get into some of the more of the details after I cover some of these other stuff. But it looks like Nathan's got a question right now.
No, I think this is all good, but perhaps I have a lot to say, but maybe we should get back to the thrust. And I would like to share some things that are just facts and timelines and information specifically about levitating discs around this time before 1933 and after. But I'll yield at it because I feel like we probably should get back to the main content. Yeah. And if you'd like to hear it, I'd be happy in just 2 or 3 minutes to give it, a rundown. But it's important because it goes before 38. Yeah,
it's all good. We'll come back to it. I think that it's good if we kind of stay focused on the Ciano thread and fully explain that stuff. And then, Guy, what would you have to say real quick?
I just want to say quickly the Italian engineer who was working on flying discs under Mussolini was Giuseppe Belluzzo, if I remember.
Right. Yeah. Actually, this is a good thing. We should talk about this for sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say.
Yeah. That's great. So, Giuseppe Belluzzo is alleged by Roberto Pinotti to be a member of RS-33 from his own personal research into who was, for instance, at the conference at the Royal Air Force Academy of Rome that he states was like a cover operation for RS-33 that Gletio Ciano did happen to attend, by the way. And it's pretty much all the evidence that is in public about that specific thing. There's a lot of Italian figures of RS-33 that we haven't had the capability, not being native speakers, to like fully dig into. We understand a good amount of it from stuff we've been able to translate and stuff we've been exposed to, especially like Roberto Pinotti's stuff. But the specific details there of like his work and time escape me at this moment. So I guess we definitely have a little bit more work to do on the Italian side of like looking into those different members of RS-33 and their different functions. But I do know that like overall there was an interesting spectrum of individuals that he alleged to be a part of RS-33, including people who had medical concerns. So that is a point to the body sides of things, perhaps if not radiation from the craft or something like that. Something I've always thought about is that probably if they took it down, probably a lot like dead things is my best guess. Perhaps biologics, as Grush would put it, as he recently clarified. So it's possible, I think probably even likely, that if there was any occupants in the craft itself, the results would have been dead biologics that's like stored in like a jar kind of deal, rather than like an entire body. So that kind of just changes the conversation over what the research looks like, how much plausible deniability and information and ability there is to dig into that research. Because obviously, if there was live beings and they were, it was like a whole thing, that is a lot more infrastructure necessary than to cover up like dead beings. And just the flavor of the information landscape, as I understand it, it doesn't seem like RS-33 it had to extend like a lot of public resources or like of their resources to diminish that like possibility that like people were going to be gossiping about the live beings part. It seems like that kind of wasn't a concern. So I'll just kind of leave that RS-33 conversation with that, because that's pretty much as much as we know right now. And hold on, let me just go through this. Sarah,
Yes.
is there anything you want to throw in?
No, I'm good for you to carry on. Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so something also interesting that I just wanted to posit. I know
Actually, Michael, real quick, I just posted a year ago. Pinotti did a 40 minute talk as part of the it was called. It was like European Disclosure Group or something. And he represented Italy, obviously, but he talked about it was the first time that he named the 12 scientists that were part of RS-33 and he gave a whole presentation. So I just wanted to say I posted that clip in the comments of this of the thread here.
Good catch, man. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I knew that there was stuff from him about the 12 RS-33 members, but I forgot that is how it came about. Perfect. Great, great
Oh,
throw in
I'm
there,
sorry.
Kurt.
I did have one quick comment that was relevant to the before. You mentioned 1938 and the fusion attempt and happening with Fermi. That's why I originally raised my hand. Arthur Kantrowitz, that's with a Kantrowitz. He had an early fusion device known as the diffusion inhibitor, also in 1938, but at the Langley Memorial Aeronautical Laboratory. Kantrowitz was under Edward Teller. He got his PhD with him and became important in the MHD propulsion, laser propulsion, Leak-Marabo's light craft, the future of basically propulsion.
Is that I learned about this recently. That I didn't know any of this. That's incredible. MHD is
Yes,
magnetohydrodynamics,
magnetohydrodynamics.
which
There's a
I've been
line of
told
plasma
is
physics that
right.
one of the core principles of which, and I could go on, so I'm trying not to, but one of the core principles in plasma physics is counter rotating vortices. Like a donut, you have it going one hand that way and then another hand the other way, and together those both balance. The only mechanical physical description of de Glock was involving counter rotating vortices. And vortices of rotation are principal to what I was going to talk about earlier, where rotating magnetic fields and vortices and electrogravitics are all a rich history from the teens to the 20s to the 30s.
Yeah, I was told recently that by a couple of engineer friends who were part of this topic, you probably know them, that magnetohydrodynamic science, let me try and figure out how to put this, is what would make the most sense to build an actual UFO.
Yeah, and I would love to talk with both of you more. So I'll stop jumping in if maybe we could have another conversation in the future, because we can talk about that for months. Yeah, it's
But we're
it's
not,
part of my
yeah,
research.
yeah, we're not physics. I like physics a lot. I've always been interested in it, but it's like my stuff is kind of just above baseline. But we do have friends in this topic who are engineers and physicists, and that's who I go to
Yeah, and
try
if
and
you
like
would talk
have
with
more sense made of it. Yeah,
yeah, you mentioned Missile Man. I think if you will mention me, Missile
yeah,
Man
he was
will
a big
let
one
you.
for me. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and we talk and go back and forth. If you'd like a recommendation, I'd ask you to ask Missile Man about some of the stuff that
No,
I go
Missile Man's
into.
the one
I've
who. No,
laid with
Missile
some.
Man and Jared Yates are the ones who've taught me about that stuff. They're the ones
Yeah,
I go
great.
to
I've had
about that.
interviews with Jared Yates as well for hours. In my you can find a link on my YouTube with one of those. We had a really productive conversation as well. So I'm familiar is what I'm trying to say, and we could really advance that conversation and go into a lot of detail. It's my primary focus, but I'll yield here.
So, Sarah, can we, for now, loosely plan on another talking about the physics stuff with Missile Man and Jared and Nathaniel here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We will
That would be awesome.
we'll talk
I would
offline
also
and
I would also look up Hans Elfin, the founder of magnetohydrodynamics. Who he got the Nobel Prize for it.
Wow. Yeah, I just barely know the history of that stuff.
and also we could even throw in there, I don't know if he's listening right now. Hollow Cipher. He's got a lot of good
Yeah, absolutely. Holocipher is a great resource. And let me just say, I posted links to print resources here. I have a Substack article on a primer historically for levitation, electrogravitics, and also plasmoid ball lightning, plasma physics, MHD physics from the past 200 years, as well as a documentary on the science on YouTube. It's an hour long, and I think, kind of gives the gist. So I'm not just talking. You can go and check those out, people who'd like to. I put links in the pill.
but yeah, we can talk offline and set that up. If Michael, you want to continue on, that would be great. Yeah.
I just want to say, we're getting this shit figured out, y'all. we're gonna find a way, and I these kind of events kind of give me hope that we'll find a way to like just as humanity, kind of just overcome our differences and like choose better. Like that's something that's near and dear to my heart as the reason why I do all this. It's just I want better for humanity and I want better for myself, and and I want like people to understand what they need to understand and do my own little part to um, drive that understanding. And so I guess what I'll talk about is a perfect example to kind of bring the conversation back to where we were at earlier with Italian and American connections. I just want to display real quick that after the Magenta crash, there was a big event that perhaps was planned before the Magenta crash. To be fair, before the Magenta craft crashed, that is, to be fair. But there was the first ever transatlantic flight by a nation's military was conducted by Italy in the months after the 1933 crash. And Italo Balbo, who was famously, you know, uh, much more British aligned than he was German aligned, and didn't even last really most until up to the war because of it.
When he was real quick, Michael, he was the head of the Royal
Oh, my bad.
Italian Air Force.
Yeah, he was the head of the Royal Italian Air Force, and he was like he he specifically, that's why he was going on this as journey. He was like leading his air squadron, and it was a huge propaganda thing for Mussolini to be able to do this. And they took essentially a direct flight from Rome all the way to Chicago, where they were received, and they had a street named after him, which is crazy because if you go there today, it's still named after him today. So yeah, he was pretty much welcomed with open arms in America, and there was very friendly relations at America at that time. Um, Germany was still a rising power and problem, and a lot of the geopolitics of that hadn't really bust out into the public eye quite yet. As kind of just people were, appeasement was the main strategy and focus. And FDR kind of definitely ascribed to that and like followed that.
Well, they were all cozy with the League of Nations, weren't they?
Right,
They were all
exactly.
working
Like,
together.
yeah, and
Well,
like and that's just in general too. Like thinking about it, like just the way that internationalists across different countries had almost like a culture of their own, being the only section that so frequently interacts with so many different cultures at once. And I think that that's a huge part of the like elitism mentality of like, oh, we're better than everyone, because like they see it, that the fact that they have the capability to go be that interconnected is like central to their reasoning of like why they're better than everybody else. They know more, they've done more, they've seen more, so on and so forth. Like, and I think it was especially strong at that time, that kind of like mentality, like going back to 1933. Obviously, it's kind of morphed into a weird thing today where like kind of honestly transhumanism comes into the picture, but that's a whole nother conversation. um, but what Italo Balbo did after he was in Chicago is that he went to the Hotel Commodore in New York and had dinner there, which was potentially attended by many of the American elite that are relevant to um, the forces that have been funding European fascism and their ability to get oil, or so on and so forth, specifically the Rockefeller family. And while I couldn't find direct evidence of them going to meet Italo Balbo at this instance, like I initially had postulated, I was able to determine that earlier that same month, both John D. Rockefeller and Nelson Rockefeller attended the opening of the Italian building at one of their estates, and they spoke positively of Italian fascism and its connection to Americanism, which is just interesting in the context of the business plot that they were doing such things openly and just in a celebratory sense of like cutting the ribbon on buildings, like supporting fascism in that way. So I guess that just kind of demonstrates that in despite there being lack of a direct connection between those two events, they were happening in the same universe at the same time, and they were deeply interconnected to each other. Like, to the point that the actual fuel used by that first transatlantic flight was provided by Standard Oil, John D. Rockefeller. So, like, specifically, the air fuel that they got, they had to purchase it directly from Standard Oil. So, in essence, that whole propaganda win that Mussolini took in 1933, pulling that off was because of the American elite directly, and that also intertied with the time that that Italo Balbo went to New York and negotiated on RS-33's behalf and determined how to carve it out to the different interests that wanted a peace. A meeting in a place like New York, such a thing absolutely could have happened. I don't know for a fact that it did, but it's my strong suspicion that that's part of the reason why information about this crash is so out of control, is that it traveled all over the world really quickly, and then the intrigue of it played out amongst the nations. So it just became a thing where intelligence agencies eventually had to do a lot of kind of obscure and perhaps really fucking difficult work to try to ultimately make this a segment of history that's become pretty much ignored. And just something that I want to point out too is that it's specifically on the 1933 stuff, Grush has been really quiet. He's given very few details other than what he's spoken about in his older interviews. So I always have kind of taken that as the message that Grush personally saw this case as like a geopolitical inflection point amongst nations, different nations, intelligence agencies that was worthy of study. And I think that the dynamics with Italo Balbo are kind of perfectly displayed there, once viewed through a certain lens. So, Doomer, did you have something to ask real quick?
Oh no, I didn't. I'm just paying attention. This stuff
Oh,
is
my bad.
fascinating.
I saw
Hand
your.
stopped going
I
down.
saw
Yeah,
your
you have
hand.
to take it off now. I had to do that too. Yeah, so
I keep on looking away from my screen, and then I look back and I think, oh shit, did I miss that? Like, my bad.
No, just like there's a Fourth Reich war, right, between Nordics and whoever didn't want them to develop, nuclear fission. There's a war between iOS and Android. So people see hands where there aren't hands if you're on the different operating systems.
Oh,
It's the Fourth
brutal.
Reich fucking with the space.
Classic. Another example, folks, of like how that control mechanism works. It's just, it's small, consistently applied pressure is all it takes. And it doesn't matter if it's reality or not, it's just psychological. It's the control system of fear that you'll experience consequences for being who you are. And I think that hopefully we're kind of getting over that bullshit as a society, because it's just that bullshit. No reason to be scared to be who you are, in my opinion. But anyway, we'll get on to something that was really relevant to the Jason Samosa video, which is the BIS. And there's just one central point I really want to prove about this that like really demonstrates that connection, really drives it home, is that Thomas McKittrick was relying on Alan Dulles to the point of having his own code name and being a really close source for Alan Dulles in the OSS. And then on the personal side, he was getting advisement about his own situation with Alan Dulles, from his brother, John Foster Dulles. So he would go to talk to Alan Dulles about all the intelligence he's given him about the Nazis. And then he would go over to John Foster Dulles to talk about what he couldn't talk about, and what he could or shouldn't do, or where he should move, or how he should take advantage of these different situations so that he could stay safe. And Thomas McKittrick was central to the continued function of the BIS because he was one of the only ones, especially when the war was really hot and really near by BIS headquarters, that chose to stay. He was actually alone on one of the member meetings. That's well documented. So, and then also, his involvement with the Germans was never prosecuted whatsoever. So, never any jail time, never anything because of his connection with Alan Dulles. So, the connections between these networks are not like kind of like fanciful or kind of like exaggerated. And when they're talked about how deep they are, like this, just it shows like how deeply involved it was. Like it was a family affair. Like it was to the point where families and bloodlines were against other bloodlines, and you're pitting ideologies against ideologies, and everybody's got all these different interests. And the reason why Dulles was able to put his own on the tippy top of that pyramid scheme was because of his relationship with Thomas McKittrick and the BIS and other examples like that. Like, his whole lawyership at Sullivan and Cromwell was essentially the same flavor of corruption repeated to 100 different people. And it's a similar relationship where, they hiding and giving information to each other is something that is done on a personal basis. And meanwhile, they all sit there and drink and whore the night away while having a grand old time and trying to probe each other for what they know. That's functionally what was happening while young men on both sides were out there giving their lives for something that, they thought they fucking believed in. And they're just fucking literally living it up, having a fucking great time. And if you go and read Alan Dulles' books, he oh my god, the eulogizing and the way that he looks back on this situation, it's just so incredibly clear that not only does he not have any fucking remorse, he fucking enjoyed it. He enjoyed the situation. And that's why they created it, is because it's what they saw as right and what they thought they were doing the right thing. It's kind of like that old thing of like the path to hell is paved by good intentions, and they took that and twisted it to mean the most evil thing that it could possibly mean, and then took it around the world and had a kind of like perception of information in a way that like is in a lot of ways like broke so many of the fundamental parts of human like connectivity in America, like embracing all these Nazi ideals and embracing stuff like MK Ultra and things that it brought to the human consciousness is, partially because of Alan Dulles' obsession with racial purity and all this other shit that is clearly demonstrated in the way that he interacted with the Nazis. So there's also something that I'll say about a direct connection, just for the record, between BBH and Dulles. That like Averell Harriman was a member of Skull and Bones, the same that like James Angleton was. And that's a kind of a fascinating overlap of like thinking about the more like the different schisms of Christianity having to align in an organization like Skull and Bones. And it kind of goes back to what Nathan and I think Pix were talking about earlier about like secret societies and stuff, like how that's used as a covert means for control for all of society. And examples like that, like Brown Brothers Harriman being a clearinghouse for the way that Germany paid its reparations in the first place and causing the whole economic situation that led to Hitler, is like, which is connected up to Prescott Bush.
Yeah, and Robert Lovett, who wrote the memo to found the CIA, was a Bones member,
Right.
Bonesman.
Right.
And so were the Bush. The Bushes were the Bones members as well. Just to throw that out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And also just something interesting I wanted to share about this that I actually learned while I was re-looking into it, is that Averell Harriman had assets seized by the Office of Alien Property because of his close connections with the Germans. But then They liquidated those assets and paid him after the war directly. Um, so that just kind of sums it all up right there, like what their relationship was like with, um, the power of any country. It didn't really matter what country it was. They had the advantage, having their financial infrastructure and having control over it. So, yeah, we'll just move on from that to talk about. So this is a really interesting. We kind of got onto this earlier, talking about Operation Sunrise and like
Would you
how.
do me, Michael? Sorry to interrupt. Would you do me a favor, unless you're about to do it right now? But you guys have brought up Operation Sunrise a few times today, and I would just, for those that don't know, or even a refresher, would you break that down as well?
Absolutely, it's totally what I was going to do right now. So that's perfect. Um, yeah. So the Sunrise negotiations are a series of events between Karl Wolfe and Alan Dulles, is what it boils down to. And the way that the official history of the Sunrise negotiations go is that they were all in 1945, like as the war had already progressed to that point, and that there was a specific set of circumstances that led to that being the case. Um, but just looking at the intelligence landscape, I've found a lot of evidence that the real Sunrise negotiations actually occurred from the start of the Italian schism with the Germans in 1943, which the Germans went and then captured a significant portion of Italy, and then kind of culminated in the cover story of what is posited to be the 1945 Sunrise negotiations. So, looking at it through that lens, I'd like to explore more the kind of timeline of 1944, and Craig can help me out here, because the way that the intelligence dynamics of the Nazis and the OSS, and as it was happening in 1944, play out, it's very clear to see this detente between Kesselring, the Vatican, and the OSS, and it's almost, you can, when you're reading between the lines, you can see the politics of the Magenta recovery itself. And it's kind of difficult to give a lot of sources on, because there's a lot of disparate like events and like interconnected histories here. But the best one that really demonstrates the connection between Sunrise and other events is the Ciano Diaries, which is where, and I'll clarify right here too, that the Ciano Diaries are what Gleccio Ciano compiled in order to use as his own geopolitical leverage. So the papers that are associated with it are the papers that ended up in Pinotti's hands, because he later admitted that his anonymous source was a member of the Ciano family who had inherited the documents after Etta Ciano died in 1996. And that's when he
And
received the
real
documents.
quick, Michael, I was chiming in again. Anyone can look this up. If you look up the Chiano Diaries Rose Garden papers, it's on the CIA's website. These were papers that were found later. Michael knows more of the story, I'll tell you, but they were part of his papers that were buried in the rose garden of one of the spies, Saida Galeazzo Chiano, and not initially turned over to Alan Dulles. They were discovered later. I don't remember when, but it says directly on the CIA's website that the Chiano diaries are the most important object to come out of Italy out of World War II. And it's not just because of the relationship between Italy and Germany, as we're finding out. Yeah, and it's also kind of the cover story of the Ciano Diaries is that the Germans cared about them and the OSS cared about them because of their political value. They basically posit that these were what amounts to like gossip that they would have known through other intelligence sources about these figures that they could use to publish, and publish they did, um, as essentially propaganda. But knowing who Ciano was and knowing his factual connections to RS-33, that dynamic really comes into focus of the particular tranche of papers that Pinotti got in 1996 are specifically an organization across time that would have required a much deeper or higher level of access than just about anyone else in the Mussolini regime would have been capable of other than Ciano. Because being foreign minister from 1936 on, he had a deep need to know about all domestic matters in order to make sure that domestically the foreign situation was handled appropriately. That was essentially like his job, was to manage that situation and be the diplomat. And it worked to the degree that Italy did not get into war with the United States until Pearl Harbor, which is something that also not a lot of people know. And that's directly because of Ciano's efforts to essentially keep Italy neutral. And this is something in the news at the time of the war followed the Ciano family and stuff because of how he was pretty much anti-German. So there was quite a bit of like public attention on this matter, like as it was happening. And, you know, Ciano was known internationally for what he was doing, particularly in the United States, particularly in Chicago, where he had a street named after him, like after one of his homies, which Italo Balbo and Gletto Ciano were really close to each other, by the way. Ciano being like a kind of like an aviator himself and all this different stuff. But that's besides the point. Of understanding that as the early Sunrise stuff was happening, as those networks were forming and Germans were starting to negotiate with the OSS, was the same moment that Ciano gathered these papers and was attempting to use them as his own geopolitical leverage to bust himself out of Italy in whatever way that he could possibly do so, whether that be, the story that he took on is that he had blackmail against von Ribbentrop. And there, at least that's the story that made it to the surface of like what he was telling people. But knowing kind of like what else we know about him, his leverage would have been much more than that. It would have been essentially this group of papers that showed like a historical program by Italy, to manage this information that's contained within it, both sightings, stuff about crash retrievals. It's, almost like a modern whistleblower story, except he was literally a member of the closest inner circle that he could be to Mussolini, which, by the way, I don't know if I've brought this up adequately, but Gletto Ciano was married to Mussolini's oldest daughter. And Etta Ciano, as his wife, was much more German aligned and active geopolitically than he was. He was the opposite. He was much more English aligned, and he advocated for such. Etta Ciano was the complete opposite. She was like a German fangirl. And also a huge part of this is like grooming and inappropriate relationships at ages and stuff like that. That is definitely at play because these are a bunch of fucking fascists, and here's Mussolini like marrying off his like 18-year-old daughter to a 27-year-old guy, for essentially the power implications. And so they generally had like a really unhappy marriage where they like openly cheated on each other. And obviously there was a lot of talk in the Italian media about their personal lives and what was going on with that and so on and so forth. But it's important to understand that as her husband
gathered these papers and attempted to do what he was doing, she was operating in her own interests and also her kids' interests. And it's very possible that the Germans were actively threatening that, to the point that the reason why Glaziochiano ended up in German custody at all was a plot between Etta Ciano and Eugen Dolman, who we mentioned earlier, to get them passports to South America and get them out of Italy. But obviously, with the Germans instead of like the Allies, like Glaziochiano was trying to do for himself, because his idea is that he'll go off with the Allies and then he'll leave his family in the loving hands of his fascist family, and they'll be fine. But the way that Ediziano played it, it made it to where they went willingly with the Germans with her kids, and then they went and took Glaziochiano with them like they were taking into custody. Because at this point, it was known that he had voted against Mussolini, he was like a traitor, and also they had had intelligence from Alan Dulles that had gotten its code busted, that Ciano was a part of an anti-Mussolini faction and was collaborating with the Allies to that end, as early back as like 1941. So they had known about Glaziochiano and were trying to maneuver around him that entire time. And then through threatening Etta Ciano, his wife, I think that's how they actually closed the trap and got their hands not only on the papers from Etta, and but also control of Glaziochiano himself, so he couldn't go to the Allies and tell everything he knew that he told to the Vatican. So what happened next is that they had this whole scheme to try to get them those passports, and it was all going along rather smoothly until Ediziano decided to ask Hitler for permission to do what they were doing. Up until that point, they had been snuck into Germany without Hitler knowing. But she insisted that they dispense with the deception and let Hitler know what was going on. And then he immediately, therefore, like formally arrested Ciano. And the rest of the situation played out, where she attempted to save his life, supposedly, and like bargained with the papers and escaped with them. And her whole idea of escaping was, if she could just get them to Alan Dulles, then she could make a deal for the Allies and like save her family or get money or whatever. Because after they executed her husband in 1944, she was left with all the documents and essentially all the power in this situation. So after she escaped, she made it a specific requirement that the only person that she would meet with is Alan Dulles, and they did have a documented meeting. This is in that 70-page document that Craig talked about earlier. And he gave her money for the diaries, and took her on as like for her offer of Glaziochiano's diaries. But this is kind of where it all gets more complicated, because this tranche of papers at that time would have been something that Alan Dulles was very specifically sniffing out. He would have been looking for any information about Italian secret projects that she retained, so that he could confiscate it or have knowledge of it so he could control it, so that she couldn't leak it without his knowledge in the future. So the only way that she was able to actually pull off keeping these documents that she would later, pass on so that they could be passed off to Pinotti, the only way that she managed to pull that off was a double agent named Hilda Perwin, who was a German spy turned Allied spy and both spy at once, that was originally tasked by the Germans to get close to Glaziochiano so that she could get the contents of the diaries. But she ended up falling in love with Glaziochiano, and then even though that they executed him, she wanted to protect his family, this is how the story goes, by helping protect Ediziano. Or as that was like, in her mind, that was like his last request kind of deal. So she did that. And it's proven in the 90s, it was around the time that Pinotti got his documents, interestingly, that the documents that Alan Dulles received from this double agent claiming to be the supporting papers of Galeazzo, the ones that were accompanying his diaries, the ones that he was attempting to use as his leverage, were actually a copy of a different set of papers called the Libsyn Papers that was widely known. And it was not actual, like, the kind of geopolitical proof that a person would have gathered in order to, like, sell it off to foreign powers. That stuff would have been stuff like Pinotti got. So, the conclusion of all this is that the provenance of the Ciano papers being what Pinotti got makes a lot of sense in the fact that Galeazzo got in the middle of the Sunrise negotiations that was already happening between the Americans and the Germans for a separate peace. And then when Ciano was eliminated, the Germans took fundamental control of what that asset meant to Ciano and used it to save their own ass with the Americans. And when you look at the way that those two specific instances intersect, it goes as far as Alan Dulles, when the war ended, the first thing that he did was use a Sunrise affiliated plane to go over to Italy and investigate the Ciano diaries because he was not satisfied that he had gotten enough of the paperwork in order to prove that he had gotten everything. And so he went in to the point of personally interrogating the brothers who had held this paperwork for Ediciano himself. He wrote a whole report about it. It's also in that 70-page document that Craig mentioned earlier. But all of this kind of just creates an understanding that probably the real Sunrise timeline is right before the Maison Rouge meeting. Kesselring had just made a major win by
Really quick, Michael.
giving off the Magenta craft to the Americans.
So sorry. For those of you who haven't watched the Maison Rouge meeting, I could even pull that up. I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry. But that's what is the big meeting that basically was the start of the WCC, the World Commerce Corporation / the Maynard Consortium, which is based off of the Tom DeLonge books that Jason Samosa kind of presents in his part 1 of his series. Is that there was this meeting, what was it, in 1944, August of 1944? I'm sorry. But maybe you want to jump back to that, or I could try and pull that up.
Actually, I'll chime in again real quick because it's more timeline stuff fun for me. The Maison Rouge story I first heard about from a completely different podcast that just I happened to see on my feed like a month ago. And then, yeah, Jason maybe saw it as well and covered it. The Maison Rouge meeting was August 10th, 1944. There was a secret meeting between German industrialists and leaders, etc. But basically, they were consolidating their power and building their own black budget technology program. That took place the day before. You can look this up. August 11th, 1944. The Alsos mission pushed into France to find out if Germany had uranium to build a bomb, basically. So they clearly were hiding something because they knew the Americans were coming in with the Alsos mission. And Michael knows a lot more about all this stuff. I just want to pop in real quick.
Yeah, and that's a perfect point because the most significant events for technology transfer and stuff going on really happened in 1944. And even to the point that Alan Dulles himself in his book about Operation Sunrise openly reflects on how in 1944 it was at such a point with the July 20th plot coming up and at the beginning of 1944, they really thought that the war was about to end. And he thought so too. And he was really working towards that. And he really thought that it was about to happen right there in 1944. He thought that the July 20th plot was going to be successful and that they were going to launch into an immediate separate surrender with Germany so that they could go fight the Soviets. Like, and that is, um, there's probably even a mirror timeline somewhere out there where that shit happened because it was like this close, like that we get this timeline versus the one like a totally different one, like based on that situation. Like, just the way that things were happening in 1944, it definitely suggests that the kind of word to ear intelligence networks were running crazy, trying to figure out whatever they possibly could to survive in their own factional kind of sense. And a kind of a perfect example of this is the way that Dulles describes the lull that happens after Kesselring leaves the Sarate bunker. He really thought that that was it. He thought that, like, oh, like, even though the July 20th plot like failed or whatever, Kesselring leaving the bunker, like they're out of Italy, and like it's we've succeeded in kind of like this mission of like trying to like make the war end as he posited it. And
But just to
but
just
instead it was around that time that the main proponent of Sunrise spent like 8 months in Berlin, um like, or no, I'm sorry, like 8 months, like 3 months in Berlin, investigating advanced weapons where, according to Dulles, he found no evidence. And then Sunrise started, according to Dulles. And that's the one part where it's like you can kind of call him on his bullshit, where it's like there's no way that like part is true because of the Fiano stuff that Wolf was so directly involved in
And
through Dulles.
and
to pop it again really quickly.
I
Sorry, Sarah,
oh
real
okay,
fast.
yeah.
Uh, in Lou Elizondo's interview with Jesse Michaels, there's a moment where he says, "Imagine there's 12 kids on a playground, and they're all given a toy, and they can all share the toy, but one kid decides to keep the toy to himself instead of share it." And I knew then he was talking about Alan Dulles.
Yeah, no, and just to like jump off of this really quick, Guy, will go right to you. And Nathaniel, I see your hand. Is that the Maison Rouge? The way that Jason Samosa kind of breaks this down is that it was the start of Germany realizing that they were going to lose the war, that this was and that they needed to create an escape plan. But it wasn't just the German Nazis that needed to create the escape plan. It was like all of the top players, the money players, the Dulleses, the Fords, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like I believe this is where, and the Rockefeller, like, and they all came together. They all had a seat at the table. They're all in the boardroom and they're planning out their mission to move all the people there. This is the beginning, and you can jump in here, Michael. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember all the details. But it was
No, and it's all good because it's just that was literally Dulles's kind of like on the cool specialty, was like for clients of Sullivan and Cromwell, he'd figure out a way to further profits from Germany to get out of Germany and back into legitimate bank accounts. Like he literally went around flubbing stuff and claiming secret agentism on different people along the way to achieve that end. So that's pretty well documented. So
and they kind of like started their own breakaway civilization, where they were able to move everything down to Argentina. You could even say Antarctica. You could say that. And then of course, the United States, they moved through Operation Paperclip, the 1,500 scientists, probably plus their families, etc., through the rep.
right, and they flubbed all the interrogations.
Yes,
Um,
yes, because
yeah, and then like, and James Angleton was really complicit in that specifically
yes.
because of his not only his connection with Eugene Dolman, but also his just general. He went around seizing people's like interrogations and being like, no, we can't talk about that. Like, no, you got to delete that interrogation. Like, no, let this guy go. Like, he did that constantly as a counterintelligence guy.
Yes, and then there's even like the famous it's a story that I'm going to probably butcher this, but Jesse Michaels covers it on when he's interviewing about the T Townsend, when he does his T Townsend Brown documentary, where I believe it was, correct me if I'm wrong, April of 1945. We're about, the war is about to end, or everything is about it's like the last lines, the last struggle, and T. Townsend Brown is flown. If it's flown into Germany, and like this scientist is flown, he's flown into Germany. He has a jump thing on. He jumps the out of the plane behind enemy lines and lands behind German enemy lines to, in my mind, I believe, to go and search out part of the tech and everything. And the reason being is because at the end of World War II, it was Russia and, it was all the different powers that were trying to get as much tech out of Germany as possible, and Italy at the same time. So like all of these fractions are all happening at the same time. And so one of the main, and so to me, I remember hearing that story in his documentary and thinking, so randomly T. Townsend Brown, without knowing that he would survive this, just jumps behind enemy lines. I mean, it was fascinating. So yeah, so then just to bring this back to what we were talking about, the Maison Rouge, this meeting happens in August 10th of 1944. They're planning their breakaway civilization in my mind, the way I look at it. But go ahead. Sorry. I guess we can go to Guy and Nathaniel and then back to Michael.
And yeah, I just wanted to bring it
Yeah.
just real fast, and then I'll be pretty much done, actually. I wanted to bring up one of the kind of core details, and it's a really, really fascinating detail about the way that Sunrise connects with the Ciano Diaries and that whole intrigue, is a figure called Maria Pignatelli. She was a spy for Engels to the Nazis in 1944. And it's the best evidence that we got that Dulles was actively aware of the Ciano Diaries situation earlier than is documented, and was receiving intelligence about that situation and relating it to potential Sunrise calculations. So Maria Pigmatelli is a fascinating, really weird story in the middle of all this. The way that she was able to navigate everything is definitely worth looking into. I don't have any links in any of the things on hand here, but it's definitely something that I'm going to end up writing about at some point. Is all those specific details. And then, Guy, if you wanted to go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna quick sec. I've got to jump off for like an hour, but there was a town called Mittelwerk, which was the underground base where they were building like the Wunderwaffe weapons, and Russia was supposed to bomb it, but they didn't actually bomb it. And when Russia went in, that was where all the exotic technology was, and literally 95% of the weapons that and stuff that Germany had weren't recovered. They went somewhere, and there was like the 15 submarines, I think there were like super submarines, and the weapons that they had, they were crazy. The heavy water, they were doing the testing with the V1s, V2s. They had the capability and they had 3 nuclear weapons. Mussolini, when he was getting arrested, was I think it was when he was getting arrested. I can't remember, but he literally stated that Russia has three nuclear. Sorry, Germany has 3 nuclear weapons, and there were, as people would say, that those 3 nuclear weapons were the 3 bombs that were dropped on Japan, because there was not much uranium testing with America. It was all plutonium. So it's pretty mad, but yeah, it's wonderful space, Sarah, and yeah, glad to be allowed to just jump on and speak. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to jump down for a bit, but yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. A follow-up question though, if you okay. Oh yeah. So
yeah.
you're saying that
yeah.
the nuclear weapons that we dropped, the atomic bomb that we dropped on Japan, that the United States did, you're saying that was not us, but the Germans? Are you saying it was through us? Are you saying that the Oppenheimer story is not as we know it to be?
Well, no, yeah, I'm because it makes sense for me because like I say, the 3 nuclear weapons that were just got there were never any uranium tests in America, and they just dropped these 3 uranium bombs, which they got just very quickly from because the United States they didn't have like the nuclear technology. They were still doing tests and under tests, but Germany had been doing testing for a long time, and like I say, they had the capability and they had them ready to go. And yeah, there was 3 nuclear bombs, and if they didn't get dropped on Japan, they went somewhere. And yeah,
Nuclear stuff might be for
in
another day.
question.
The nuclear stuff is really hard to get through all the documentation on, because obviously there's a lot of cushion around this conversation. So we'll just move on there. And
Indeed, it was the most protected secret, even above anything else.
right, so it's like the information landscape on the particulars might be even the least clear that we could possibly get. So that's
exactly. But I'll try and find the articles where Mussolini claims that Germany had 3 nuclear weapons, and the actual storage of them in
was it when he was like being accosted by the
out.
crowd right before he got hung, kind of deal?
Yeah.
Cool,
Yeah,
got
yeah.
it. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
know of that event obviously, but I didn't know of that claim. But I'd like to see it for sure.
Yeah, no, yeah, and it was like when Japan were gonna when America couldn't get Japan to surrender, Russia said to America, look, we'll go in, try and get them to surrender, and give us 5 days. And America apparently was like, well, if you don't get it within 5 days, we've got a secret weapon that we're going to use. And Russia thought it was psi weapons. I've got that somewhere as well in a KGB file, but yeah, it's mad. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Please,
appreciate it, man.
yeah, please send us
And then
that information.
Nathan,
Yeah. But Guy, when you get a moment, I'd love to see the back stuff on the nuclear weapons and everything. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'll find it and send it.
Go ahead, Nathaniel. Sorry, Michael.
Hey, so a lot of things that have been said have been relevant. 1944, right? Okay, get this. Thomas Townsend Brown demonstrates electrogravitic effect at Pearl Harbor to Admiral Arthur Radford. Now, Admiral Arthur Radford will go on to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the JCS, as was mentioned earlier. And he was also the chairman at the time of the proposals for Project Winter Haven, also from Thomas Townsend Brown. Now, the Winter Haven proposal was for a Mach 3 electrogravitic combat disc. 1952, 1953, Project Montgomery, same thing, but in France, moving it around. Now, if you just step back to 1944 again, you've also got the Glock, counter-rotating mechanisms as described before, but you also have a legacy there which has other discs from Project Lusty, which is the Luftwaffe Secret Technology Division, and then Operation Squid or Project Squid, which was the study of that recovered technology material, not the personnel of Paperclip. You have the Mach disc was part of their discovery, a rotating soliton dynamic vortex-based weapon recovered from, so that's to the side of the Glock and to the side of electrogravitics being shown by Townsend Brown. You've also got the Schauberger repulsine centripetal vortex disc in about the 30s there prior to this. So, and then back from that in 28, you've got an electrokinetic apparatus, and then the first polarizable vacuum model coming out from H.A. Wilson and Hilgenberg talking about gravitation waves. The interesting thing about all this is that I'm getting at is that there is a clear scientific technological development happening here in many different pockets, just as you expect real science to happen. Many people come up with it. In 22, Cartan had a spin gravity connection. In 23, another person named Schooten came up with the same thing, independently derived. You see this all over, Darwin and Wallace, etc. This is how you know something, in fact, is real whenever you see several different people using the same principle, dynamics, and physics relations. So I just wanted to put that out in there too, that at the same time they might have found a holy grail in Italy. They also had Townsend Brown, having 20-year mature presentations at Pearl Harbor to generals that were going to be in the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the same time, right? At the same time of decline.
And that's a good point too, because I've always seen Magenta as in its technology transfer from Italy to America as like a deeply intelligence win, like not necessarily all the way like a immediate technological win. And then the technological just came at whatever speed it came based on how the materials were distributed and studied or whatever. But it's,
and just to put a cap
it's
on
pretty
that,
clear that they were just like that. This like kind of like action was a huge part of like controlling the international landscape and like other countries' access to this technology more so than it was dependent on that technology for its own advancement. Though there was advancements that came in the immediate afterwards from like because the McGregor project was a huge part of the cover for the Magenta craft, then like some of the most available technology probably would have come through the McGregor project, and that kind of did happen with the torpedoes, which got an extreme upgrade from the Italian technology that got infused there, and then also single-handedly the technology that got acquired through the McGregor project is also has lineage to the Navy special operations like 2-3 man vessel like group, like the special operations group, because they had advanced like rebreather technology and advanced torpedo technology that was all part of McGregor projects that could have been potentially related to reverse engineering conclusions. So it's
and just
definitely
to put
super
a cap,
interesting.
because everything I'm saying is it's just a fact of the matter. Like, look, it can be looked up, and the pattern is what I'm asking people to squint for. But from 1955, you had active electrogravitics at Bell, Boeing, Lear, Northrop, Glenn Martin, Convair, Sperry Rand, GE, Lockheed, Sikorsky, Hiller, Clark. I could go on for 10 more names, right? And this was considered the second Manhattan Project. The very year of Project Winter Haven's proposal is the very year of the Invention Secrecy Act. It's just clear as day what's going on.
Yeah,
and a reminder that Area 51 was being developed, first started being built in November 55 by Richard Bissell and of the CIA and Kelly Johnson of Lockheed Skunk Works under the orders of Allen Dulles. And its nickname was Watertown after Allen Dulles' birthplace of Watertown, New York.
Yeah, in 1956 is the year everything goes dead quiet on all of this advanced research. And what we have publicly are plans for the rest of our lives to present, right? No advances. Anyway.
Well, and even
after
before
a couple
that,
of years for Dulles to consolidate his power as DCI, like it was. I think that's why that occurred. Is that
As Hal Puthoff said, the infrastructure was set up that way on purpose. It was set up to be compartmentalized, to make these USAPs, to have everything into the corporations that they had control of. It was on purpose. The Patent Office as well, Invention Secrecy, Atomic Energy Act, all of that is to stop people from doing discovery.
And I think that they needed the loyalist of Allen Dulles to be in place in the proper way before they could really utilize like their plan that he had helped spark in the first place. Because that's also an interesting thing too, like the directorship of the CIA from 47 to 53 when he became director is like a hotly contested and dangerous like position. Like just looking into all those guys' history, it's like it's perilous. Especially like Hillenkoetter and all those dudes experienced significant difficulties being in that same position. Just the fact that he was not only a civilian but also the only one to last as long that he did just like speaks volumes for the difference that it made when he was head of the CIA versus when he wasn't. So just kind of throw that out there too. Okay, so I guess you want to do another like real fast Q&A for anybody else who has any questions about the magenta stuff. I think we pretty much gone over everything.
Can I tell a story of Professor Carlo Colosi?
Yeah, please. That's a good one.
Okay. So the McGregor project was discovered again by our friend Jeff Cruikshank, reported on by Chris Sharp at Liberation Times. I don't remember where he said he found the name, but we all first saw it in Donovan's World War II OSS communications records that his estate held on to and then returned over to the Carlisle Army Barracks archives in Pennsylvania. And this guy, Professor Carlo Colosi, was central in that conversation. And you can see in those records, I posted about it, so was Chris Sharp, that Vannevar Bush, James Forrestal, Alan Dulles, another name or two I'm forgetting, they were all talking about this guy like his retrieval was the most important thing at the time. And I found the story that there was a race between the OSS and the Nazis to find him. He was hiding out in occupied northern Italy. And with the help of the Vatican, the OSS found him hiding out in a convent. And he was literally just straight up James Bond style, like retrieved on the shore of Italy, wherever that was, and brought to the US. And the day that he was retrieved was the day that Galeazzo Ciano was executed under the hands of Mussolini, under the orders of Hitler. And it was his electromagnetic work that the Nazis and the Italians basically integrated into their weapons that were central to World War II. And the USS, or excuse me, the OSS and the US were desperate to get their hands on it to get a leg up. So they retrieved him. And then back to that June 6th to June 21st timeline, they retrieve some of his weaponry, including what was called a SIC gun. It was an anti-torpedo gun. There were stories about how he could literally shoot the torpedo coming straight at him and knock it out. And they incorporated this into the United States Navy's torpedo or naval submarine and wing bomb program. And after the Navy was done incorporating his work, he went to Philco Corporation, which were working on the submarines at the time, also built our earliest TVs and radios and stuff. And eventually Philco was bought out by Vannevar Bush's Raytheon, who we know well. And he became lifelong good friends with Vannevar Bush and eventually became vice president of Raytheon. James Forrestal is on the record in 1944 as saying that the upgrades to the OSRD's transistor fuse program, OSRD was Vannevar Bush's World War II weapons program. James Forrestal said in 44 that the upgrades that they had gotten were integral into helping the defeat against Japan. And that was all because of this one guy, Professor Carlo Colosi, and the McGregor project. This entire history was almost completely scrubbed from history until Jeff found the name. There were a couple of anecdotal things that were available online. And then we kind of just kept finding more stuff. And then again, our friend Kelly Hughes went to that Army Carlisle Barracks and the National Archives, found the official McGregor reports. We're still holding on to that stuff. Just haven't had time to put it online yet. But it was all real. And there's a roll 114, which was Donovan and his aide scrambling to document. They had like 3 days as the OSS was being shut down by Truman. They had like 3 days to document all this stuff. So it was kind of a mishmash and disorganized. And Kelly and her daughter found that roll. It was very expensive to try and get an official copy of it. So they did what they could to photograph and digitize a lot of the photographs that were in there in the microfilm. And again, the day before Trump first took office, she found this. She got a cover letter while she was there at the archives. The day before that Trump first took office in 2017, this is on the letter. You can find this online. I'll post links here in a bit. The CIA went in and sanitized Donovan's Roll 114 about Carlo Pelosi's electromagnetic work and the McGregor project. So whatever is in there, whatever they found, which I'm assuming is related to the Magenta Craft, the CIA was still trying to hide as of 2017. And it's on record that Mike Flynn was going in to try and snoop around and find the goods that the CIA was hiding. And we have to remember, too, that Mike Flynn and David Shedd, two Christian nationalist partners in crime, were installed as the head of the DIA in 2012 after the failure of the transfer of the Lockheed craft from Lockheed to the Department of Homeland Services by the CIA. So that's all on record, and it's out there.
Wow, thank you. This has been an epic space. I will say that. I think we've covered a lot. It was amazing to have Jason Samosa join us in the beginning. But geez, that information that you just dropped right now, Craig, that's fascinating. I think it's, I feel as though the current disclosure process that we're in right now is not a clear cut good versus evil. I feel like it's, I guess if you were to look at it that way, I feel like we are not going to, us little people, it's not about us. It's about the people, the thems versus the haves versus the have-nots, to put it back into Bush's wording. And we are not part of that. And so this struggle that we're seeing is with these entities, some known, some unknown, and we're just kind of like watching this information war happening. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's sort of what I'm getting, and how fascinating that all of this, that they're wiping stuff out even when Trump becomes president, whether or not to keep that. I mean, obviously to keep that from him and his people, but like also as a good thing, because maybe he wouldn't even have released it anyway. It would have just been knowledge for him and his people that he works with or whatnot. So it's just fascinating. Thank you. We can wrap up the space if you guys are good for that. If there's any last thoughts or anything like that, we can go to Nathaniel and then come back around to Craig and Michael. Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say thanks. I appreciate the wrap up and the conversation. It's really the exact conversation. Plus some science, which we can do another time, that I think is very important. I just want to thank both of you. I'm glad to have met you both and to have heard you and been able to speak with you. I just wanted to point. Oh, great, great. I just wanted to point out that on the Lockheed Craft Transit, there's publicly available versions of this PDF. I'm getting ready to say the name if you want to take notes. It's a high recommendation. But Larry Reed, R-E-E-D, the name of the book is Quantum Wave Mechanics. And inside it, you can see depictions of triangles, saucers, tic tacs, and the physics of how they work. He's a senior Lockheed Martin aerospace engineer, and he has written open source books published. So I'm reading in between the lines for you guys. You check it out yourselves, though, if you want to see how these UFOs are worked, right? Understood and engineered. That's just one recommendation, and maybe we can talk more again later. Ask Missile Man about Larry Reed. He'll tell you. Anyway.
Yeah, for sure. That's incredible. Thank you.
Yeah, Michael, did you want to say anything or have any last
Um,
words?
yeah, just one real quick one that I was just gonna kind of to cement down the McGregor stuff. Is that Gletzo Ciano's father was really important in the Italian shipping industry and was like a key go-between for like essentially the Italian like shipping monopoly. So the fact that McGregor project happened with the Italian Navy and concerned Italian naval generals, that was the aristocracy that Galizio Ciano came from his like family. So the chances that he was personally involved with the McGregor project is possible, but it would be deeply classified to this day if that were the case. But there's a lot of indication and network overlap to show that potentially Galizio Ciano, at the same time as being captured by the Germans, was attempting to negotiate through the McGregor project, and then the Vatican and the Germans eventually like took that over, and it culminated in Sunrise. Is a good way to like wrap a little bow on all that. So,
Thank you. Craig, did you have any last words that you wanted to throw out there?
Yeah, this has been a 5 hour long out of body experience going through everything we've learned and all this crazy history. I mean, we've been working on this Michael's been on the trail for 3 years now. We linked up in early 2024 and I started kind of learning about it and then kind of hopped on to sort of, I locked into like the bush, like component of it all, started putting all that together. And now with Jason doing his thing, kind of feels like we're all there on the same page. Which is pretty well. Good, man. I'm on a call right now. Sorry. Yeah. Everything good? Oh, I just needed an outlet. I had to plug in because my phone was dying. Yeah. All good. Yeah. I'm being whisked away by a security guard. Anyway, fun times. So yeah, telling this whole story, kind of to a crowd of y'all listening and chiming in. All the information you all have is pretty wild. We are working on a documentary. It's been about 2 years in the works. I've got a new research database technology thing we're working on. I can post links to all that fun stuff later. Trying to get some books going, just kind of the whole thing. So, yeah, I guess thanks everybody for taking part. And this is all really happening. It's pretty surreal. So, yeah, thanks, Sarah, as well for hosting us.
yeah, and also just really appreciate everybody's support. People who have shown us support our community, and people who just talked us through and worked all this research through with us. And just it's definitely been a huge, massive team effort, and a lot of people have come together like around us to try to make sure that this continues and like is something that can continue to kind of benefiting the public knowledge. And I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to do that and to be a part of something like that. It really makes like my sense of justice feel like I'm doing something in my life that's worthy. So I just really appreciate all y'all here. We really appreciate y'all's time, and health, happiness, and abundance till the next time.
Thank you. Yeah, shout out to Jason Samosa for his amazing work. If you guys haven't got watched any of his work, I've been raving about it because he's just been doing fantastic research, and then the way he compiles it and presents it is it's accessible, and it's also just a fun way to take in all of this information, this true history. And yeah, you can find him on YouTube. Just look for Jason Samosa, and I highly recommend his work, and I'm glad that he was able to give us an hour of his time today to ask some questions. And then I also am super grateful that Michael and Craig have joined us and were able to walk us through their project, which totally, is like almost a collaboration of all of these historical points that have been hidden from us. And it's important that we learn this. It's absolutely important because as I said earlier in the space, like to understand the present, we must study the past. And so I'm just like, I'm totally nerding out. I'm sitting here taking notes and just enjoying the information that's being passed. So I thank everyone and our listeners for being here today. And I hope you guys have a really great rest of your Saturday. It's been an amazing, informative morning. I've been going since 9 a.m. But yes, and then offline, Nathaniel, we'll talk and we'll see if we can get the science space up with Craig and Michael and Missile Man, and maybe Hollow would be
Yeah,
interested.
hollow for sure. Yeah, yeah. Try it out. Yeah.
And thank you for being here too. And Pix, thank you for being here. I'm not sure if he's walking his dogs or not, but you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us, and I look
Thank
forward to
you.
seeing you in the next space. Yeah,
Appreciate
thank you.
y'all.
Well, thanks again, Sarah. Thanks everybody else.